Hello and welcome to the stream. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV and the weekly reset. I hope you're having a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are. And let's jump right in because I kind of want to try to still finish an expert roulette before reset today. So let's quickly go to Alsha, get our a book from Chloe, and then I'll jump into one expert, and then after that we can do some other stuff here. Rather than I'll probably be doing a second one, and then we'll be moving on to a couple of weekly things, and then later on, obviously, the Savage Reclears. Hopefully, I haven't really heard any other thing from anybody, so should be fine. Let me see, right. So expert lead is healer currently. Let me check. And let's go in on white mage, shall we? Right. Just so that I can get the actual bonus thing going on here. But yeah. That's what we're doing real quick. We're finishing off an expert roulette, and I'll do a second one obviously later on. I want to do the normal raids. I want to do the weekly hunts and the custom deliveries probably. That's sort of the plan for today, and then we'll be moving on in a couple of hours into the Savage Reclears, and depending on how quickly they go, maybe some tea after it as well. Yeah, the problem is me and my static, we unfortunately weren't really able to go into tea, too much. Because well, we had a couple of problems with one of our members just feeling really ill the past couple of weeks, and yeah, then obviously it doesn't really, like, it's not really that hopeful for us to do anything, right, in terms of tea especially. The problem with tea especially is it's just not that worth it to actually, bring in subs most of the time, because it's so, like, there are so many positions that you have to go over, and unless we would have found like a substitute for like 2-3 weeks, but then that wouldn't really have made a sense because we didn't know, obviously, right, that was going to be the problem. So again, yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate. It's not a big deal overall. Also, yeah, I haven't really even commented on everything that happened with the live letter, did I, right? So we have plenty of things to talk about today in Final Fantasy XIV. There is a lot of stuff that we can go over, and a lot of things that we might want to discuss, right, and think about. So hopefully that's also something that we'll be able to do. So yeah, should be overall a very fun thing here. Still really love the music. Still really like doing expert roulette and white mage. Obviously my gear's shit. I think I only have the like 600 leg pieces. Item level 600, but Oh shit. Let's give that shield to the machinist. I'm actually not really properly paying attention here, to be honest. But yeah, I really hate White Mage. Not really, like, that the lilies are so useless, right? That's... I don't know, that's just such a shame. Also completely forgot about that. Whoopsie. I mean, you don't even really want to use the lilies, right? Which is kind of crazy. It's just... I mean, look at this. You also don't have to use them. That's the, like, the weird thing, right? In an expert lead or something. Like, there literally isn't any damage going on here if people aren't messing up. Just such a weird thing. I don't know. I mean, it's not a big deal, right? I don't necessarily dislike that because it means that you can go through an expert lead just really chill, right? Without really having to think about anything that's happening here. But, I don't know, just, you know, give me some reason. I mean, well, that's sort of the basic design problem that White Mage still has, right? It's definitely... It just doesn't make any sense that the lilies are a damage loss. I mean, in a roulette scenario, or rather dungeon scenario, I don't think they actually are, right? Technically, I think it would be more beneficial for me to use the lilies on anything so that I could use them on AoE pulls, but especially in a situation like this, where you have like a good tank who's doing his proper job, especially a warrior in this case, right? There's literally no reason why I would ever want to heal them. So, I mean, yeah, I guess... I don't know, that is a rather interesting thing though, because I'm not so sure about whether or not it would be a damage loss or gain in this particular situation. Because you're wasting, essentially... Well, I mean, technically it should definitely be a damage gain, right? Because you're wasting potentially 3 GCDs. Well, it's only a damage gain, really, if you're doing it during a boss fight, right? So if you would be using the lilies during the boss fight, essentially what you're giving up is 3 glass, right? Which is, what, like 900 something? Or no, it's like 1,000... I think about 1,050 potency or something. And then the lily itself has 900 potency and a damage fall off of like 50%, correct? Meaning that you'd have to hit at least 4 enemies? Oh no, wait a second. No. You only have to hit 2. That would already be a damage gain, right? If you wasted essentially lily heals during boss fights, but at the same time you're hitting like at least 2 enemies during a trash pull with that same lily, that's definitely a damage gain. But again, it's kind of an annoying damage gain because you then have to literally completely overheal during the boss fight, right? Which is pointlessly ridiculous. I mean, yeah, again, theoretically it makes sense, practically it's just dumb. Oh right, moved into the completely wrong direction. Also forgot the frickin' dot again. That is something that I'm repeatedly doing. I mean, I'm still not really... I guess it's because the new healers are just so weird. In terms of, like, the fact that they all have this, like, real quick thing going on. I don't think anybody's on my side, right? See, once again, forgot the dog. I don't really know why. Can we please kill it? I don't want to heal. Oh no, never mind. The size is back up anyways. Well, I mean, this is kind of a special case though, since usually, you know, people are messing up. I mean, well, it's reset day. That's probably why this is a pretty good party. Because otherwise you usually definitely have to heal at some point, right? Because either people have shit gear or they're just not really, I don't know, properly doing their job or being hit by weird stuff, right? All kinds of reasons why there might be problems here and there. But yeah, I don't think I've used a single, like, Lily heal, right? It's just, yeah, quite something, I guess. And these things aren't even dying that quickly. I mean, they're not dying slowly either, but they're, like, I've definitely seen these things die faster than this. This one is an annoying pull though, because the two dragons just have higher HP for some reason than the other mobs. And then they are also the two mobs that take longer to get to, so it's just an awkward case all around. I mean, I think I've done this dungeon with friends without a healer. That was a pointless heal, but whatever. This pull is weird. With that. Oh wait, he's actually dying. Well, that means I can probably use my Lily in this case. Well, they were using Holmgang for some reason. Wait, ignore ads? Is that possible? I haven't actually seen that strategy work. I guess they're just dealing damage if they don't die? Aren't they, like, killing people? Am I not gonna die? I want to see that work, though. Does that work? Because if it does, that would be... Oh shit, right. What? That's a ridiculously low amount of damage. The fuck? What is that about? What? Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I didn't know that was possible. Or rather, I mean, I should have guessed it was possible, but it's... What? If the ads don't die, you're literally not even taking half an HP bar of damage? I should have probably looked at how much damage they were actually doing. It certainly wasn't a lot. Like, at all. Well, that's certainly something. Holy shit. What a weird way. Like, what a weird thing that that's possible, right? I mean, what? Why would that be possible? I mean, that you can survive one of those. I for sure would have thought that I had to, like, either shield myself to survive that explosion, or in general, it would have been pretty close. But the fact that even when we already had a vulnerability stack, it doesn't even hit you for like half HP. I mean, God, what's wrong with me? But I mean, the tank was probably casting Shake It Off as well, right? But it's, how much was that doing? Let me check. The Hybrid Dragon uses self-destruct. You take 18,000 damage, and mind you, that was with one vulnerability up stack already in place, right? That is ridiculous. And he cast Shake It Off after it. So it wasn't even with the shield. I mean, I guess he might have reprisaled it or something? Or did we... Wait. No. This is around the same time that we had Asylum. So Tactician and Shake It Off came way too late. Even... What the fuck? Unless this is, like... Maybe it's not... Like, maybe Tactician and Shake It Off were already in place. The fucking self-destruct, the original one, did 13k damage. What? I mean, that was with, I had my 10% reduction shield on myself, right? I think. But still, that, what? Okay, seriously, not only hadn't I seen that before, but it's just ridiculous. What? Why the fuck would they design it this way? Oh well, I will never understand why they sometimes... And then, you know, the weird part about it is that there are definitely dungeons that have, really... Oh, hi. Who are you? Hello. There are definitely dungeons that have effects that just kill you when you do something wrong. Right? Effects that are much less, I guess, pronounced or I don't know, like this, right? Where there is an ad that not only... I mean, they don't even have a heart and rage or something. I mean, yes, you have hard and rage. What I'm saying is it's not hard, right? Like, killing the ads before they self-destruct is incredibly easy. So, why would the self-destruct then not at least... I mean, I guess it would be fine if one of them didn't kill you, but the second one surely should kill you. What the fuck are they doing with their weird dungeon stuff? And sometimes I really, really don't get it. What they're doing here. Alright, let me quickly go through my retainers just so that all of these ventures are done, and let's take a look at the two things here. Yeah, so that was a quick sort of start into the stream, I guess. Very quick expert roulette, not a long sort of introduction either. Which again was just because I wanted to get this done before reset. Oh, that's a shame. The Otter isn't really worth anything. I for sure would have thought that this actually cost some money. I guess it'll get more expensive again at some point. Oh yeah, right, this is my retainer where I sell all the materia, so I should probably do that. Savage Aim. Let's just do 119. And what do I sell here? Oh, nice. I still can't get over the fact how weirdly cheap the tome materials are. It's just kind of weird, I feel like. Also, I should probably... Let's do 2 stacks of 9 with this. 329 or something. I mean, I have to sell them at some point, right? Oh, right. And then I also have to put the rest of it on my retainer, actually. Like this. And I guess I'm gonna put the otter into my FC chest, so that I can sell it at some point. That's decent. These things, even though materials aren't really worth it either. It's kind of a shame. There's really nothing, like everything's incredibly cheap. So it's almost kind of, well, not necessarily strange, but it's definitely a shame that they finally sort of try to introduce more ways to have gil sinks in the game, right? I mean, towards the end of Shadowbringers, they introduced those 2 mounts that cost like millions of gil. They increased the teleport fees and all that kind of stuff, but at the same time, they just made everything else incredibly cheap because, well, crafting's incredibly easy, getting materials incredibly easy, right? I mean, you can still make money if you know how to do it, obviously, right? That's not the issue, but it's just that, like, there's a lot of stuff in the game that does feel fairly worthless, right? Where in the past, for example, I mean, throughout pretty much all of Shadowbringers, after they changed how desynth worked, at least it was kind of worth it, right? Because you could actually get fairly rare materials from it, or, well, namely one rare material that you'd only be able to get through, what's it called? Like crafter scripts and stuff. And that was worth about, well, between, it always obviously, you know, went up and down depending on Savage Raid tiers and stuff like that, but it was definitely worth between something like 3,000 to even 10,000 gil per piece. And you could get those by desynthing expert bullet materials and gear, right? And obviously it was fairly rare to get them. I mean, not rare to a point where it was actually rare, right? But I would say, I don't know, if I did 5 expert bullets per week for my tomestones, I would maybe get 1 or 2, right? Depending. So technically not a lot of gil, but at least it was worth selling them, right? Now you get the star quartz and it literally costs like 200 or 300 gil per piece, meaning that either you have to wait like a million years and sell big stacks of them because it's just not really worth it putting them on the market board like one by one, or you have to not sell them and just, you know, sell them to an NPC or something. Both options are just kind of boring, right? My problem isn't, like, I don't want to make more gil off of them. That's not the point. The point here is that it just doesn't feel that great, right? It would be cool to have at least something to look forward to, or something where you could say, oh yeah, I'm going to desynth these materials and it might give me, I don't know, a grade 6 tincture, for example, right? If they would just drop things that you needed, I don't know. Just a bit of a shame that it's this useless in terms of these things. Alright, let's take a look here. Also the squadron as well. I don't really know what I want to do with the squadron, because, well, I have 30 of these, I have 49 of these. What else do I want, right? I guess let's get one more spirit bonding thing. I should just always activate those, that's the thing, right? I think I said that last time as well, like last week or something. I should just always activate them. So that I never really, like, I don't even think about it. They should just always be active. Although, once again, it just, that feels more of a hassle than what you're actually getting from them, because the getting materia is... It's already kind of annoying to constantly having to check your spirit bond level. See? I mean, everything's spirit bonded. And, yeah, I don't know. It's just all a bit weird. Also, I still need to figure out before we're doing Reclears if I want to do something with the headpiece. Technically, I want to use this on a tank. I just don't know what kind of stats it has for tanks. I should probably check that. Maybe I could quickly go to Ratzatan. So what else do I want to do? I want to do hunts, like the B ranks, the weekly ones. I want to do normal raids. I could do those as well. Let's actually check the, yeah, let's do that first. Let's check the Ratzatan thing. So, what kind of outfit is that? Is that new? I haven't seen it that often. Also, why are there so many people wearing white here? I feel weird. That's kind of unusual, right? I mean, sure, those pieces that the bunny is wearing, but not the other ones? Weird. Even more people wearing white clothes. Everybody's either wearing white stuff or dark stuff, which, I mean, I know that I'm not really, you know, going out of my comfort zone here, but yeah, whatever. Okay, so, wait, this is the tombstone stuff? How many books do I have anyways? Ooh, if we're doing Reclears, I'll actually get... I get an upgrade material for that as well. I'm at a point where I'm not really sure what I actually want to do with all that stuff that we get from Savage Raids. I mean, certainly I want to put it into, like, mainly tanks and healers first, right? Because, well, not really that interested in doing harder content with other DPS currently. The other casters are automatically geared, obviously. I don't want to bother with the spell speed set for my Black Mage either, because, well, that would also be annoying, and yeah, I guess that's sort of the state of things. So yeah, the leg piece thing that I had, I didn't use it for tanks because this has tenacity on it. I used it for healers, which is equally bad because it has piety on it, but, you know, I need to use it somewhere. I guess piety, in my book, is probably the better stat compared to tenacity, although now that I'm thinking about it, actually probably not, but whatever. I don't really care. The point is I want to increase the item level on my healers and tanks, and, you know, it doesn't really matter all that much. This piece has tenacity on it too. What the fuck? How bad are these things? Do I want to put it on my healer as well? This has piety as well! Well, then I'm gonna put it on my tank. Just gonna be annoying. Well, technically my healer's behind, right? So... tanks have a ring. What? Is there something weird going on with the music just now? Maybe. Yeah, whatever. Let's just use it on tank. I don't really know what else to do with it anyway. And I can just meld crit, I guess. Well, now the music changed. Ah, whatever. And of course, I don't think I have crit materia anymore. Well, I have one. Why do I have one, by the way? I thought I used up two... Oh! Wait, I got a new one. Right, because I was, because of the spirit bonded stuff. Oh, that's neat. Let's just buy 2 more. Can never have enough crit materia anyways. Wait, one. This one. Or I guess let's just buy 5 or something. At least then the like inventory slot will never change. Alright. Melt. Crit. And crit. No idea what my GCD is currently anyways. So, And Dark Knight as well. What is my GCD on tanks? 244. I think that's pretty slow, right? I mean, technically, the, I think... Oh, let me turn on my lights in my room. It's getting quite dark. Because it's raining outside, but, yeah, so the... What's this outfit? Huh. I like that. Very cool combination. Typically, I think the slower tank sets are better, but considering that, at least on my summoner, having a slightly higher spell speed than the non-spell speed set is definitely more comfortable for the current fights. I think... Well, I mean, if you're optimizing fights per GCD, it's annoying anyway. There's a couple of, like, really weird things that are going on. But not, obviously not in all 4 fights. Like, technically, there are definitely different GCD tiers for the different Savage fights, which is annoying as fuck, right? Because if you would actually like to optimize for that, you'd have to have different sets for every fight, or at least, like, 2 different sets for the 4 fights or something, which is... Yeah, I'm not doing that. Oh well. I mean, now that I'm Ratatan, I think we're gonna do normal raids next, I guess? But do I want to do them on Paladin? I kind of want to do them on Dark Knight this week. I think I did Paladin last time, right? I mean, Paladin has the weapon, so technically it would go faster, but whatever. Also, I still have... You know what? I should I should actually check that I'm not getting too many of these pieces, now that I think about it. Yeah, because I might have gotten too many of a couple of them already. I don't know. Whatever. What item level am I anyways? 583. I'm forgetting my Shadowbringers again. Oh shit. Alright, whatever, I'm a tank. Whoopsie. Uptime and, you know, stuff like that. Oh, what? That was weird. I thought I hit that last GCD. Also, why am I third on the aggro list as the second tank without tank stands on? I should probably put tank stands on now that I think about it. What was... oh yeah. So the small fires. Can I get the number thing as a tank? I don't think so. Let's just put my shield on. Also, how does Shadowbringers work exactly anyways? I guess you want to wait for both of them to be in buff windows, right? So wouldn't you want to keep them for every 2-minute buff window? Isn't that incredibly annoying, though? Because they... well... they're kind of a 2-minute thing, right? Even though they have a 60-second cooldown. Oh, shit. I need to tank these things, actually. Completely forgot about that. Whoopsie. I almost did that wrong. Alright, where's he moving? That way. I'm keeping my resources. Technically, it's not really a gain in terms of time, I'd imagine, but whatever. Probably completely over-mitigated. Yeah. Holy shit, that doesn't do any damage at all. Let's just choke him, otherwise I'll forget that I have tank stings on. Or rather, I'll forget to do it, and then I'll just have aggro suddenly. Now this annoying phase. This is really dumb in normal mode, I feel like, that they're sort of having this staggered thing going on. I mean, I get that they're not placed, like, individually, right? I think I should... that shield came way too late, I'd imagine. I mean, we don't really optimize for buffs anyway here, right? So... is that a magical thing? I'd imagine it is. I have way too many cooldowns for this fight. I can put that on him, right? I'm still somewhat, well, not confused, but certainly, I don't know. That new tank mitigation thing is kind of weird to me. That was a bit of weird uptime shenanigans, but whatever. Yeah, that did that way too late. Although it hit most people, actually. Choke him again. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? My last buff thing, or buff phase thing? What am I saying? Damage phase thing, you know what I mean. Ah, shit, for a second there I thought that because I put the second cooldown on me, it actually wouldn't break my TBN. I think it was pretty close. Yeah, the thing with the new Salted Earth is... it is weird, isn't it? Oh shit. Well, that worked. I didn't think that would actually work, but it did. Oh, it doesn't even hit me. Well, that's boring. Where am I getting damage from? Oh, it's auto-attacking both tanks here as well? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Didn't know that. I'm actually dying here, guys? Holy shit, I am dying. What was the Sage doing? Are they just not healing me? I mean, even an AoE heal would have just been enough. Weird. I mean, at least it didn't die, so maybe they just calculated it really, really well. Let's believe that. Also, that white mage is literally getting hit by everything, aren't they? Put that shield on. Where are they anyway? How do you die? What? How do you die to that? Well, at least I'm not forgetting Shadowbringers anymore. For the longest time, especially in like expert roulette, I was just literally forgetting about those things existing. About the stacks, I mean. It's also kind of took some time, didn't it? But whatever. Yeah, to be completely honest, I don't know. I don't think that I have that. I'm not entirely sure if I should roll on everything. Although, I mean, technically, I'm not really missing anything, right? Or rather, technically, I'm definitely not. Wait. First of all, let's repair this. Second of all, who would need this gear anyway? Tanks are already 580 everywhere, right? I think my healers aren't, right? Now that I think about it, yeah, they're definitely not. A samurai can probably use it as well, and the bard. There should be plenty of reasons to use that gear, I feel like. Hopefully. And I got the Orchestrion roll. Nice. It's been a long time since I actually got an Orchestrion roll in a normal raid. I think the last time was actually on well, that's not true. Although, I definitely got the Shiva one twice. I remember that because I sold one of them for like 1 million gil, which was pretty cool. And what am I missing from the current raid anyway? Raids 2, it should be here somewhere, right? Ancient Shackles. And then Hick Sven Leons is the one from the last fight, right? Which, that's probably still fairly expensive on the market board, I'd imagine. I mean, this one as well, I think. What are these? Anamorphosis? Yeah, I'm missing these, right? Litany and Anamorphosis. I should have bought them when Shadowbringers was still current. These are gonna be hella expensive right now. And they're the only two things that are missing from here. Well, I am missing a couple of these things too. Escape, I still want to get. It still costs like 1.7 million on the market board. It's probably gonna get, well... No. It's never gonna get cheaper. People are just not really doing that fight. And it's not worth farming either. I mean... You know, it drops, like the drop chance is ridiculously low. It drops like 5% of the time, maybe 10. Even if the drop chance would be 20%, right? That's still only every 5th fight, and it's definitely not that. Like, it's definitely lower. I don't know if it's 10%, 5%, whatever. Definitely not 20. But even in that case, like on average, right? Because it's 8 people in the party, you only have, what? like a 16% chance of getting one. So multiply that by the 20% drop chance, and it will take you, like, what, 40 tries or something to get it? And that's assuming a 20% drop chance, which it's not. So, and also, this one, wait, this one? Is it this one? Anamorphosis? That's the last one, right? Litany? Wait, is it? No, it's not. This is the last one, Eternity. I actually have that. This is the third one. Huh. I don't know how many of these I had. Because I did that fight like 75? 76 times, the normal mode? For the freaking triple tried card? Yeah, I'm not doing that again for an equestrian role. I'd rather just spend the money, to be honest. And I sometimes do that, right? I sometimes tend to just take a look at the market board and just buy a couple of orchestrion rolls that I still don't own. I mean, I'm still missing quite a bunch, right? Not that many, actually. I have a lot of them. The main ones that I'm actually missing are the ones that you get through the bicolor gemstones, because I just didn't want to buy them from the market board. I could. They're actually not that expensive, most of them, but I didn't want to buy them because I wanted to get them myself, right? Because then I would have a reason to actually get the bicolor gemstones. And I mean, it's still like, I'm still saving like $500,000 or something per orchestrion roll, right? Buying literally all of the orchestrion rolls that are available through with bicolor gemstones would probably cost you about 5 to 10 million gil, which I don't want to spend that kind of money just to say that my orchestrion roll list is now full, right? That's, again, eventually, yes, but usually what I'm doing is like every, I don't know, 3 months or something, I'm just taking a look at the market board and buying like 3 or 4 orchestrion rolls, right? So that's like 1 million gil every 3 to 4 months. That's perfectly fine. And then after a while, I'll get them all because, yeah, I mean, most of the current ones you usually get anyways through playing, right? So, all right, we already did that one. So I'm not missing anything here, right? This is all 580. What item did I get anyway? Or the body piece. Okay. Yeah, I do think that I still need to get a couple of things for my healers, probably. So I might do that afterwards, just to have them. Or for the samurai, whatever. I do want to spend them on gear. What the fuck did he just do? Did he press... Yeah, okay, whoops. That wasn't on purpose. He literally pressed Super Bowl Light and his tank stance at the same time. I really have no idea what the current Dark Knight opener would be, but... Can't be that complicated, can it? Oh, right. Forgot the second Shadowbringers. I also forgot that I actually have to do stuff as a tank sometimes. Very rarely, though, but yeah. Sometimes you have to... Oh, that's here, right? Still haven't learned these freaking things. Also, I'm still slightly confused. Are they different from normal to Savage? I can't really tell. I just... still... don't really wanna... So here it's always like spoken cataract is in front of the head and winged cataract is behind the head, right? Isn't it the exact same thing in Savage though? Or not? I'm confused. Oh, that was a great dark... Oh, no, it wasn't. Shit. I wanted to pat myself on the back for a great dark missionary, because it almost covered both the Murky Depth and the Sewage Deluge, but unfortunately it actually didn't. Was Tainted Flood again? Oh yeah, this one. I don't know. I have to admit, though, Dark Knight can get a little bit, I don't know, boring. What the hell was the other tank? What? What happened? Huh? Is he not jumping back to middle? Seriously. What did the other tank do? What? How do you die there? Great, now I have to main tank. I mean, it's not a big deal. The auto attacks do hit quite hard. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I mean, at least I stood in the corner anyways, right? So, in a way, it was quite good to do it this way. Ah, shit. I shouldn't have put my salted earth down here. Probably. I mean, I definitely need to sort of remind myself to... I have people running away, for fuck's sake. I need to remind myself to sort of align Shadowbringers with my 3 stacks of whatever the fuck those were called. Right, shit! Ah, whatever. I was definitely too slow in realizing that one. It is kind of a weird mechanic though, still. I definitely think that's the case. I don't know, because it's so... like this, right? It can literally happen that you're just sort of weirdly stuck in a place. Or rather, you just have to run pretty far to actually be at the correct location, and I don't know. I think that's just a bit weird. Kind of shouldn't really be like that, I feel like, but whatever. He's doing the head thing again. Just stand over here. This should be fine, right? Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. I always forget that he frickin' jumps. Why do you jump there? Fucking hell. Can't you just immediately jump back? Shit. I moved in as well, like a real idiot, for like half a second for some reason. Great. Pretty bad spot here. They had to move this way, didn't they? Wait, what? What the fuck? What's happening? Why do we have so many dead people? Huh? Am I missing something? What did they do? I sort of only halfway paid attention. So no idea what happened there. Wow, that actually does a lot of damage. Nice. At least the white mage. My white mage is paying attention. I should probably TBM that on the white mage, to be honest. Whatever. Nice. I honestly don't know what happened there. I mean, yeah, of course, after the After people were dead, the stack probably killed the rest, but before that, I was sort of confused as to why people were dead in the first place. I mean, well, that and, for example, I didn't even know why the other tank died the first time. Also, he's constantly doing Spoken Cataract this time for some reason. Yeah, thanks. Just run through me, of course. That's how you do this. Instead of just staying on your side. Was that the tank? I think that's the tank, right? Well, at least I can sort of try to train myself to actually utilize my Dark Knight skills. Because usually you never have to do that. Okay, it's over there. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's jumping, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Why? Why do you have to jump there? And then you... The thing is, he jumps back anyways, right? That's what's so annoying to me. I don't have a problem with pulling it back into the middle, but it's literally not even one, like... Or, well, it is one, but it's not even 2 GCDs until he jumps back into the middle. It's just... Yeah. Sort of during that weird time, they can't really do anything, which, I don't know. Let's just play it safe. Did they, wait? Did they tank the stack, like, really close to me or something? It doesn't do that much damage, though. On normal mode, I don't think. Just die, why isn't it... Whatever. Worked out in the end. The white mage definitely gets a commendation for that benediction on me. Because I was really, really afraid to press Living Dead when I saw that tank buster. Although, to be completely honest, I didn't actually think it would have done that much damage. I should have probably looked at my log. Technically, I guess it's... Well, it should definitely be survivable, right? I didn't press anything else. Well, it's only a stack on both tanks, so it can't be doing that much, to be completely honest. It's probably doing about 100k, I think, in normal mode? Something like that. So it should definitely be survivable with like a TBN and maybe even only one cooldown. I could literally just kitchen sink it, right? Just press everything. I would have probably easily survived. But, I mean, well, this way also worked very well. Because the white mage paid attention. If he hadn't benedicted me, right, I probably would have died, and then everybody else would have been dead. Although, to be completely honest, I think the other tank was already rest at that point, so... Because they came running towards me, it was just too late for the tank buster, because the rest animation obviously took some time. Wait, before I continue, let me quickly take a look at this. 570, 570, 570. Yeah, I'm actually missing... I didn't actually get anything for my healers. I didn't realize. You know what was dumb, though? Getting these 3 pieces. The ring pieces. Because I don't think that I actually need those. Now that I think about it. Well, I can use one here. But I definitely shouldn't get any more of those. In the past, they were very beneficial for the belt, because the belt didn't drop in the extreme trial, right? It only ever dropped accessories, but the belt, you could get that through those accessory pieces, right? Isn't that how it worked? But yeah, I do think that I actually have one too many, because I can use it on my bard, I can use it on my samurai, and then that's it, I think. None of my other classes actually need it. Well, that's unfortunate, but whatever. At least now I know not to roll on it again. But yeah, we are getting to a point where getting the normal mode raid stuff isn't really that beneficial anymore, like at all. I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm mainly doing it because it's fun, right? It's just because the thing is, expert roulette is just very underwhelming, right? The dungeons are kind of cool in terms of their design, but it's the way they're played, right? They're only really exciting on a tank or healer anyway. Although no, that's actually not true. They're not. That's the point, right? I think they're on tank. Tank is probably the only job that actually has to think during an expert roulette, right? Which, in a way, I like, but it also means, well, if you just want to chill, you don't play tank. Although healer is too easy, so... Why is the paladin putting on his tank stance but then not pulling? I guess they just took like a second too long to do it. I definitely need to remind myself to keep the jumps. Also, why didn't I use both Shadowbringers? Oh, whatever. Is the tank running away? I'm just going to TB Endless. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Oh god, it takes like 1,000,000 years to go on. Fucking hell, I didn't realize. Well, that was a waste, wasn't it? I mean, I know that it goes off a lot slower than it does in Savage, obviously. What is the other tank doing? What is wrong with them? Why are they running away 1,000,000 miles from the boss? Can't you see that it's not moving towards you? Yeah, this takes like ages to go off. Holy shit, I didn't realize. Should probably put on tank stance as well. So don't trust that paladin. You're a bit too comfortable running away from the boss, I feel like. Also, I think that it's kind of an overkill to have literally another like defensive cooldown on Dark Knight. Why did they do that, actually? I mean, I know that they definitely improved the defensive cooldowns on the other tanks, but it still feels kind of overkill, doesn't it? I never really know when to actually use it, because it's just so... There is... At least it feels like there's really no point. I'm kind of standing in a little spot here, because the thing was behind me. Not that that really matters, but... what's happening? Oh yeah. Why did the scholar die? Shit, I didn't pay attention. Wait, is he always turning towards the second and aggro? Or maybe towards the second tank? Second and aggro is very unusual in normal mode. It never actually paid attention where he turns when he's doing the Hell Skewer in normal mode. What is going here? Let's shock him. Otherwise I will forget. No, this time he turned somewhere else. Okay. Unfortunate. That would have been really cool. I think they should actually do stuff like that, right? Because technically... I mean, these normal modes are easy as fuck anyways, right? if they would do it so that the off-tank would always be the one targeted by health skewer, it wouldn't really make it more difficult for the off-tank if they didn't know that, right? It wouldn't really be, I don't know, anything too complicated. But if you knew it, it would be kind of fun, right? Because you could literally make it so that it never is a problem for the party. So I would like something like that. Holy fuck, how many times is he doing this? Well, whatever. Should have probably just TBM'd that. But I didn't want to waste it in case it actually did work. Oh, wait, what? Didn't really realize the boss was running away. I honestly thought that I would have to keep a bit closer attention where I use my gap closer, because I felt like it would be more beneficial here, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Or rather, like, it takes so long for anything to happen in normal mode that it really doesn't matter. Oh shit! Fuck! I mismanaged my, does that reprisal still work? I mismanaged my off-globals. I didn't want to triple weave, and then I suddenly didn't have a weaving spot for the, you know, thing. Oh, for fuck's sake, can you stop pulling him a million miles away? Shit. That was not good. I also did my TBM way too late because I completely wasted that. But I didn't realize in which corner he was going to pull it. I don't know. Whatever. I survived it anyways. Doesn't matter. Also, I didn't use Shadowbringers at the end, so who cares? Whoa! What the fuck is going on? Of course. Fuck! The one that I wanted to have! I roll an 8. Of course I do. Now look at me not even getting a single piece of loot. Oh no, never mind. Of course on these... Fucking hell. 90 and 97? No. Oh well. Whatever. It's not a big deal. I do really like that stuff on Dark Knight though for some reason. Also, let me take another look. This is literally just a 10% damage mitigation, right? That you can put on anybody. And that's for 10 seconds. Like, why does this exist? It's cool that it does. It's just, like, why? I mean, it's the same with Dark Mind, right? I never know when to actually use it. Because, like, most tank busters are always... well, I mean, there are magical tank busters you'd want to use this on, clearly, but most of the stuff is... Like, most of the single target stuff is physical, right? And for every other occasion of magic damage, everybody in the party is hit anyway. So it's not really worth using cooldowns on raid-wide damage if the healers are using AoE healing anyway, right? They won't specifically heal for single target heal the tank. So this doesn't really like prevent anything, any healing or something. I don't know. I mean, there's probably plenty of places where you want to use it in ultimate, right? I'm not saying that it's useless. It's cool that it exists. It's actually like I prefer it like this, where it actually has like a specific purpose, or has, in this case, a damage, or rather a magical mitigation, right? It's actually more interesting in my opinion, but at the same time, yeah, it is a bit weird. Oh, fuck. I was just halfway looking at my screen, and for a second there I thought, oh shit. I have my tank stand still on. Ah, well, whatever. At least now somebody's doing a proper full timer. He's not moving if he starts casting, right? Yeah. Okay. I should... See, I mean, for this, for example, right? Now I used it, didn't do any damage to me. But yeah, that's... You know, it's just pointless to... Was that Ming something? It's just literally pointless to... Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Unless he's starting that cast immediately after the other one. That was still doing more damage than I expected it to. Oh right, do I actually have to do something on normal mode here as a tank? I don't think so, right? He's standing still anyways, I think. And now I can just move here and stay here. It's just, I mean, yeah, it's completely pointless to use any cooldowns here, but whatever. Also, Dark Mind also, it only has a 60-second cooldown, right? Making it even more ridiculous than it already is. Also, why is he turning before the mechanic is over? Gonna use ramp up this time. Oh. Literally nothing. Okay. That does damage, right? I think. Yes. Quite a lot, in fact. Sometimes it's a little bit weird in terms of knowing when to like move the boss essentially. Right? Oh wait, what? Whoops. At least in this case he didn't move in between. That would have been really annoying. Oh, it's Ming again? It's kind of hard to see who he's targeting, unfortunately. I don't even know if that... If that reprisal even did anything. I feel like it didn't. What the fuck's sake. Sometimes it's really annoying to keep bosses in the middle of the arena. Guess I have to go here. Oh, never mind. Guys, I can't stay here though. Almost did an oopsie. At least in this case, he's staying middle anyway, because he's doing his flame thing. Did I stand in that? Maybe not. Oh, he's doing that twice. You know what? In like these scenarios, you should probably just throw out the shields sort of randomly on people. I mean, it doesn't really make sense either, right? Because they're also being AoE healed anyway, but I don't know. I guess sometimes it would actually make sense. I don't know. Normal mode is weird with that. Also, it takes like really long to defeat him. Soren. Holy shit, what are these shields? Why do we have these shields? I guess for this? Oh. What a shame. Such great shields and the staff didn't even go off. Alright, let's hope I get something. This time I've actually... Oh no, never mind, there's a 97 in there. Nice! Well, at least I'm already done with this. Did I get a card? I already have that. Actually, I need to take a look. I'm still definitely missing new cards. It's just, I think they're from places that I haven't really done that much. Right. So there's still I think 2 cards that I have to buy with Bicolor Gemstones. Katisa's Hyperborea, well, that dungeon I've only done like 3 or 4 times. The final day, okay. That's weird. Oh no, never mind. The final day is the 8-man trial, right? Yeah. Well, I haven't really done that many times either. This is also Bicolor Gemstones. This is... Oh, right. This is the weird one, where I still have to defeat some NPCs, even though I had all of the cards before. So I missed some NPCs that didn't actually give me any new cards for some reason. Even though I was pretty sure that at some point I looked at every single map, and whether or not there was still NPC opponents that I could play Triple Triad against, but I don't know, apparently I missed something. And the dark inside is what exactly? Oh, that's Zodiac, right? Yeah, even though I have, how many? Like 28 extreme kills or something? I still didn't get the card, but it got I think 5 or 6 Heidelin cards. Right, okay. And then this is just for, I think, the number of cards, right? So I would get this automatically. Yeah. Well, so I pretty much have to specifically go after these things, right? At some point. I kind of want to do that before 6.1. Maybe? I think I have to dedicate a stream at some point, maybe after Elden Ring or something. Although I still have to do so much. And I want to do so much, but yeah, at some point I shouldn't have gone, shit. Now I'm back into Genshin Impact, where's my time gone? Like, that's why I didn't really want to go back. I knew that it was good, right? The reason why I stopped Genshin Impact was because there was no content left, and the sort of daily grind gets old really, really fast. The problem is that now I'm talking about Genshin again, huh? But just, the sort of the daily stuff or the grindy part of Genshin, I don't even really mind. I don't think that it's necessarily badly designed or anything. I like it. I even like the artifacts and that kind of stuff. It's just that I wasn't really sure, I guess, how they were going to go, how they were doing things going forward, right? That's what I wasn't sure about, because it was like, I have no idea how these games typically work, right? I've never played any other gacha game. Well, technically I have played one on my phone, but I only played it for like 5 hours and never really did much in it. I didn't even really know how it properly worked, so that doesn't really count. But in the case of Genshin, I guess my fear was, right? So I went through all of the content that was available at release, and then my fear was, because I realized how hard it was to actually get characters to max level, right? And to get like your adventure rank maxed and stuff like that. That took a really, really long time. And so I was kind of afraid that through updates, they were constantly going to raise those things. And so you constantly would have to do this daily grind over and over and over again. But that's not actually what they're doing, like, at all. Because throughout the last 1.5 years that the game's been released, they actually haven't increased the adventure rank once, and they haven't increased any kind of level cap, which I guess also wouldn't make sense. And that was what I wasn't really sure about at the beginning, because if they would do that, obviously they would completely invalidate any new characters that they introduce, right? Because they would always start at level 1. So I guess it makes sense overall then that they will never really increase any kind of level cap, at least not in the short term, I guess. So that's why I went back to it. And with that in mind, right, if you know that the level cap you're sort of working towards with that whole grindy bit that's attached to it, even though it takes an insane amount of time compared to, 14, for example, right, where you can literally spend 7-8 hours in one day and get your character from 80 to 90. Try that in Genshin Impact, right? Technically it's possible, but you kind of have to think of Genshin Impact as like every character being essentially a drop in 14, right? And you have to get them from 1 to 90 as well. And that just takes time, right? And every time you get a new character, there's one more new job that you can get to 90, essentially, right? That's if you want to sort of compare it to 14, which in a way is kind of great because there's a lot of content there, but you definitely have to buy into that sort of grind, right? And you have to want to do it. And I do. It's just that it does take time away from other stuff, right? Especially if you also want to do quests and stuff in Genshin Impact. And I don't mind that. I want to do it. But, there's also some other stuff in 14 that I kind of wanted to do, planned to do, but never really got around to doing. It's not a big deal, right? 14 isn't going anywhere. That's the beautiful thing about 14. You can always sort of take, not even breaks, I guess. I'm still doing my weeklies and stuff, right? There's been definitely moments where I hadn't even bothered with that. But in 14, like things like the triple triad cards, for example, right? I would have to essentially take like 1 or 2 streams specifically and try to get those. And it would be fine, right? It's not a big deal at all, but I do have to do it. And the interesting part about 14 right now is that 6.1 is kind of right around the corner, right? They announced the next live letter for like March 4th, I think. Let me check. think it was, right? Today's the 22nd. Yes, so well, technically for EU, it's the night between the 4th and 5th, I think, right? So technically the 5th. 5th of March, which is in 2 weeks. And then the patch typically releases 2 weeks after that, right? So that might be March the 22nd is probably when the patch will release. Something like that. And then the Ultimate will release April 5th, I guess. And that's not that long, right? If you consider that Elden Ring's in between that, and I'm not even playing Horizon. I'm not even playing Destiny 2 anymore. I mean, I was literally watching like other streamers getting ready for Destiny 2, the big release there, right? It's kind of crazy how many stuff they released this February. Felt like all of the sort of things that were delayed due to COVID now finally were ready, and for some reason they decided to put it all into the same month, but whatever. But yeah, I mean, so the patch isn't too far away, right? And if you want to catch up, or rather if you want to do things like that, right? If you don't want to fall behind on doing triple try cards or any kind of thing like that, right? Then yeah, you probably want to do it at some point. And like in a way, I also plan to actually level all of my classes up to 90 before the patch comes out, and it doesn't really look I'm going to be doing that either. But we'll see, I guess. I mean, again, it's not a big deal, right? You're not going anywhere, right? That's really the good thing about this. All right, enough talking. Let me actually take a look. Do I want to buy stuff for this? Like, do I want to spend these things or anything right now? How much? The only slot that would be annoying is the weapon slot, which I wouldn't be getting anything in anyway. Let's see. Well, body pieces are from the last Savage fight. It's kind of unlikely that I'll get that. The right side is all 580 anyways. I would need to get the feet, but I don't actually have those parts. I can get these 3 things, however. Let's actually do that, just so that I have them and I don't need to... Yeah, that's fine. Ooh, whoops, I think that's the wrong... Wait, where am I? I'm actually... When did I ran into this place? Why did I go here? Weird. I didn't realize that I did that. But yeah, I kind of want to keep track on what I already have, because then I have a better feeling of when I have everything that there is, right? And I won't actually be doing more normal raids than I need to. Again, not a big deal, but I mean, if it's completely unnecessary, then I shouldn't keep doing them. Although then again, well, the main issue is that more often than not, there's definitely the problem with Ninja and all that kind of stuff, all having their own gear, right? So that's a bit of an annoying part about this. Okay, they already have their 580 ring as well, so let's go to Samurai, and we can grab a ring for them, right? Yes. Problem is that I have all the other accessories, right? Yes. That would be... is it here? This one. That's the tank. Okay. Wait, what? Oh. Probably put it in my armory chest. 571. This is all 560, yes. Yeah, the left side pieces I probably want to get at some point. I mean, again, it's really just an occupation of mine to try to sort of be as up-to-date as possible on every single job, although it doesn't really make that much sense, because even if you're 580, I mean, even think about it, my Paladin has the current Savage weapon, because it dropped, right? And even that is only 587. I mean, that's enough, but it would be fairly annoying to do P4S on Paladin with that level in PF, I'd imagine. So I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing. Okay, and then there's also Bard, which is probably missing. Unfortunately, I literally have all the 580 pieces on the right. I didn't realize. I mean, obviously, it's fairly easy to get them, since you just kill Zodiark a couple of times and that's it, but... Oh, whoops. That's the wrong menu. Shit. So I literally got this thing completely without it being worth anything, huh? Since I now have everything on the right side. Oh well. Stuff happens, I guess. Oh wait. What? What bow was I using before? Huh? I didn't realize I wasn't actually using my correct... Wait, what? What kind of other bow is there? This one? Oh, the 561. Oh, that's weird. Bard was one of the first that I leveled. Why did I never equip the proper weapon for him? I must have completely forgotten that. Oh well. We've done it now, haven't we? Okay, so those were the normal raids, right? Let me see. Expert Roulette is back on tank, so let me grab... Let's stay with Dark Knight. Dark Knight's just more fun. Sorry, Paladin, but it just is. I don't know, Paladin I feel like is kind of... Because Paladin's big strength is like party shields and stuff, right? Or, well, not party shields, but party mitigation, I would say. Paladin's just boring in Expert Roulettes, because you, like, if you get a halfway decent party, you literally don't really have to do that much. And at least on Dark Knight you can spam TBN. At least that's something. I don't know, Sheltron or Holy Sheltron or whatever the fuck it's called now. It's just kind of underwhelming because it's so passive, right? I mean, I know that the difference, like, there is literally no difference. You're pressing a button, right? Every, I don't know, 20, 25 seconds, whatever. But I just feel that TBN is more fun, right? It's sort of a more immediate effect that you can see, and that's why I like it. Although I know that that reasoning is kind of dumb. So let's do the Expert Roulette, and then I'll move on to a couple of other weekly things. But yeah, in terms of the life letter, I guess I haven't really talked about that yet, huh? So, unfortunately, since I'm currently working Fridays and Saturdays, I can't really watch it, because it's literally in between those 2 days, which is really unfortunate. But... I guess the things that they were talking about are pretty cool, right? I mean, I do like everything that they're doing. Obviously, there is going to be the next live beta that will properly highlight, I guess, all of the stuff with in terms of what's going to happen with oh shoot. Also, why am I not using TBN exactly? Well, this is obviously a little bit annoying. Having to Dark Knight with a person being AFK, but whatever. Yeah. I mean, well, it's kind of hard to sort of go off of memory because there were so many things that are sort of like unrelated to each other. But yeah, I mean, the graphical update sure is nice. We kind of saw that coming, right? But just overall, I feel like there was a bunch of really, really good stuff being talked about. And as I said, I need to look back at it and actually properly go through everything that was and through what they said. The patch cycle being a bit slower doesn't really matter because it already kind of was. In a way. I mean, I know that, like, sort of half of the time I feel like we had the old patch schedule, but then sometimes not, and sometimes there was other stuff in between, so... I mean, again, it's not a big deal at all. I don't think that it's really important whether or not we have a 3.5 months patch schedule or whether or not it's slightly different, because in the end what matters is the content that they release. And you know, I mean, there can be good content that you want to do that is so good that, you know, literally you don't want them to release a quicker patch, essentially, because that would mean sort of that you had to get through the content that was available currently really, really quickly, right? So sometimes, at least in my eyes, right, it's actually not that bad if the content just takes a bit to get to us, because, well, yeah, there is so much stuff that I can still play, and so many things that, you know, it's just, it doesn't really matter at all. I mean, obviously, on the other side, I get that we're paying for this thing monthly, right? So obviously you don't want to take too long to release stuff. There's definitely sort of an expectation there, right? That if you're paying for it, then it needs to be there. But again, that's why they communicated it, right? That's why now, you know, if you're paying monthly for 14, you know that you're paying essentially, I mean, it's even kind of better to calculate, because now you are literally paying, I'm just gonna do this, I don't care. Now you are essentially exactly paying, well, 4 months worth of subscription for one patch, essentially, right? So it's really easy to gauge, which is interesting, because that means that, like, in a way, you're paying about $50 per patch. Which, if you, I mean, well, yeah, obviously you're also paying for server infrastructure, right? So you can't really I guess, compare it to playing a full-price game or anything. But it is kind of interesting that now we can sort of calculate it that way, right? Or maybe we really shouldn't. I don't know. I mean, either way, it's not a big deal. Okay. Huh? Slightly confused as to why I wasn't able to press Shadowbringers there. Also, didn't like expert dungeons do more damage in the past? I feel like. I mean, sure, healers, for example, are also much stronger, so maybe you just don't really realize a couple of things, but the fact that you don't even have to use all of your mitigation on bigger pulls is kind of ridiculous. Oh well. But yeah, beyond that, I mean, in terms of the patches that are going to come out, right, most of the stuff we either already knew or it's, you know, kind of obvious that was going to happen. I mean, we knew about Island Sanctuary, we knew that there was going to be a new Alliance Raid series, we knew that there was going to be, well, all that typical stuff, right? I mean, we know that there's going to be a new trial series, right? Those things aren't really anything too special at all, I think, so like I didn't really need them to tell me that, I guess, and we didn't get that many or that much information on it anyways. I mean, like, in a way, I know what the life letter was supposed to be about, right? I know it was supposed to be more about sort of the grand plan for the next 10 years, and it kind of highlighted those things, but it did so in a fairly, I would say, in a fairly sort of underwhelming is the wrong word, because it wasn't underwhelming, right? It was very much expected, but it did so in a very understated way, I guess, right? They were kind of specific on the fact that, yes, they want to continue the game pretty much the way it already worked, right? But beyond that, I guess, I mean, they didn't really announce that many unexpected things either, right? Which, like, in a way, obviously is a good thing, and we know that, yeah, they're probably, I mean, it's very clear that they're not really taking any risks with this game, which is fine in my book, to be completely honest. But oh, wait, what? That was unfortunate. Oh well. I didn't know that he was doing the tank buster right after the flame thingies, so I just used TVN for those, but the tank buster then came. Oh, whatever. Is this actually the place where you want to be? Kind of works, doesn't it? I mean, you are losing like maybe 1/3 of a GCD in uptime or something like that. Why do they take so long to die? Fucking hell. Wait, that way. I mean, yeah, there were a couple of details, definitely. Like, I think they're introducing, like, a type of new dungeon or something that you know, sounds like sort of a mini version of what Mythic Plus might be in World of Warcraft, or rather, at least, you know, a bit of harder 4-man content, which I thought that was great to hear. But yeah, overall, still, I don't know. In a way, it was a great live letter. In a way, it was very expected and kind of underwhelming. But at the same time, it also wasn't bad, right? I very much like sort of the way they're approaching this whole thing, the way they're planning new content as well. So no issues there for me personally. It's just that I think, well, a couple of things that I guess would have liked to see was a bit more in terms of the story. I actually expected them to do something with it, right? That's sort of the thing that I'm thinking about here. Which is sort of the weird part for me personally, because I was speculating before that maybe they were actually going to change the story structure at least a bit, right, to where it might be Can you please like heal me? I don't have that many TDNs. Probably hit the wrong thing with that. Whatever. Yeah, I definitely expected them to... I don't know, did they say something in terms of the story? They definitely answered some Q&As about that, right? Where they said, like, oh yeah, there's, like, we're probably going to visit the places that Emmett Self mentioned, stuff like that, but I actually think that well, I expected them to at least come out and say, oh yeah, we're still doing the like patch story thing and highlighting, oh yeah, it's essentially going to stay the same, or they were going to do something different. Also, interestingly enough, I mean, we do know, why am I going behind the boss? It's literally not turning anyway. But we are getting some sort of Tataru story apparently. But it's not the trial series as far as I can see, or at least it didn't sound like it was. But again, I didn't watch the live letter myself, so I'm not so sure about the correct wording, and sometimes the way people talk about these things is not really the way they were actually said, so yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. Is he? No. Well, he would have been coming after me, but he was already dead. I don't know if it's even worth it to press cooldowns here. I mean, the auto attacks aren't exactly... Is that the correct... Might have been able to keep full uptime there. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter, we're really slow anyway, so... Who cares? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, they kind of said a lot, and that's cool, but they were also, I feel like, fairly unspecific in a lot of ways, which, again, very much expected. It's just kind of strange that, like I would have thought that they'd at least have more specifics in a couple of ways. Although then again, I mean, they were very specific, actually a lot more specific than I expected on those graphical updates, right? Because that's usually something, I mean, well, we very much know that the way Yoshi P sort of does his whole all of the communication with people, or with the players in this case. We know that that's very different from how most developers do it, right? But it was still interesting to see that they were so specific with those. I mean, in a way, obviously you can argue, well, you know, the things that they did show are probably sort of the most obvious things that you would go for in this case, right? The most obvious things in terms of, well, that's the stuff that would be somewhat easy to improve, and you know, also at the same time, definitely the stuff that people would want, right? I mean, that is why, for example, people are using G-Shade and stuff on PC, because they want to have the better character models, right? Or the better shaded character models. And it does make a big difference. I mean, I have seen streamers or YouTubers using those G-Shades, and unfortunately, some of them absolutely have no idea how to properly use it, right? You unfortunately see a lot of, especially screenshots and stuff, being done with way overblown colors or stuff like that. But some do know how to properly use them, and if they're used right, even without any kind of alteration to in-game models or anything, it looks a lot better just because you have sort of more pronunciation on the objects that are already there, right? And with the lighting changes as well, that can do a lot for a game and for a scene, and even sort of quote-unquote hide stuff that might be imperfect, which are, for example, 14's textures in a lot of ways aren't really... They're probably one of the biggest problems, that a couple of textures, especially on sort of bigger scales, floor textures, for example, aren't really that great. But if you have like really, really good lighting, sometimes it doesn't even really matter, right? And then stuff like shadow resolution as well, definitely something that can improve the picture overall, like, massively. So I do like that they're going for those things. I was actually surprised that, and that's sort of the thing, right? Again, I don't think that it was a bad live letter at all. They definitely talked about a lot of points, but it's just... it's interesting that they chose something like the graphical updates, and well, I mean, I guess in a way it's also the easiest to show that specific stuff, right? Obviously, graphical enhancements, you can easily show those off, right? Whereas changes to, well, I don't know, or rather not changes, but introductions to new quest lines or something, you can obviously not really show that off. I mean, for example, the whole stuff... Oh yeah, that was also a big talking point that they had, right? That they were going back and implementing the trust system into all dungeons, which I'm really surprised as to how they're going to do that specifically. For some dungeons, it's definitely not a big deal, right? The main story dungeons, for example, they should have done those a long time ago. I was actually surprised that they weren't going to do them, or they didn't do them back when they overhauled the Realm Reborn storyline with the quest changes that they did, where they made it less fetch questy, right? But I guess at that point they probably already had plans to implement the trust system in all the dungeons. And I am kind of surprised how they're able to do so many things in a fairly short span of time, right? They're literally planning on implementing the trust system on all main story dungeons up until all the way to Shadowbringers throughout the 6.x patch series, which is quite a lot. If you think about that, it took them like a really long time to introduce flying into the Realm Reborn zones. And even that was sort of done, you know, in a more sort of offhanded way, sort of apparently halfway in their developers' free time and not really, right? So I was surprised by that they were actually going to do that. Right, let me actually quickly check. Let me do the B ranks on the side here. Wait. The fuck did I just press? But yeah, so for the old main scenario dungeon, for example, it's definitely fairly easy to implement trusts, because in that case you already have sort of your main cast there, right? I mean, Sid is literally running through the dungeon with you. Although I don't really think that they're going to introduce Sid as a trust. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, the party, right? So Minfilia and all those guys, they're already there, right? So I guess using them as trusts wouldn't be too complicated to sort of implement that. But for a couple of the other dungeons, that's going to be a lot more interesting. I mean, if you think about it, like, for example, even Sastasha, right? Let's take the very first one. Who is even introduced at that point? I mean, we do know Ishtola, right? She's pretty much the first of the Scions that you meet, I think. And then I guess they're introducing you to Minfilia and Thancred afterwards? But is that before Sastasha? So that's definitely something that will be very, very interesting in terms of how they're doing that and what kind of trusts will be available for those duties, right? That's... I mean, overall, they're probably going to try to stick to the ones that we already have, because that would make sense, right? But thinking about Katisa's Hyperborea, for example, where you suddenly go into it with, like, Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, they're certainly not afraid to put others in there as well. So, and considering, like, where the story moves all the time, that is going to be very interesting. And also, it is going to massively change the story. I don't know if people realize that, but, for example, wouldn't Minfilia pretty much be a trust throughout most of A Realm Reborn? And people are constantly shitting on her for not really doing much. And the same sort of goes for Lys as well in Stormblood, right? But now think about if you would actually do all of the dungeons with them there, right? With Minfilia being in pretty much all of the main story Realm Reborn dungeons. And then you'll have to think about, like, there is a lot more main story dungeons in that particular part of the story. And they're also planning on apparently retroactively fitting in the trials with trusts. Although that will, I think they said something about 7.x moving forward, right? Because that takes a longer time. Because they've only sort of done that once. That was also why, I mean, it's always really interesting to sort of look at how they're implementing these things, because they first tried that actually in Bosja, right? At the start of the Bosja quest with the flashback that you have with Sid. Because there you actually fight with, like, sort of remembered versions of the trusts. But it's not called a trust trial. It's literally just a single player instance. But that was clearly sort of a testing ground for them implementing trusts into actual trials. And then now they obviously implemented it into the Heidelin trial. And I guess... Well, that's definitely going to be interesting, because if you think about Endwalker, who would be your trusts in the Zodiac trial or in the Final Day trial? I mean, they literally made a big point about your companions being teleported away before the final battle. Essentially, one of the big sort of story surprises is that Xenos comes and helps you. Well, how is it going to work if you're then suddenly fighting alongside the trusts? And I know that that's probably a long way off, right? Because that's probably one of the last things that they're going to introduce. But if we would go through every single Realm Reborn dungeon and think about, well, who's actually available at that point? Who are the people that could be there theoretically, right? Who are the people that... I mean, again, in, I think, Heavensward and Stormblood, that's a lot easier to do. I think throughout most of the quests in Heavensward, you're actually together with both, well, with Alphino, Estinian, and Isael, right? So those would definitely be sort of prime candidates for trusts. And then I guess throughout Stormblood, there's definitely, there's Gosetsu, Hien, well, for the eastern parts, right? Lys for the Alamigo part. So, and then obviously at that point, there's also a bunch of established scions already there with LSA, Alphino, Ishtola. But yeah, I mean, for example, in the 3.4 patches or something, where Urianger is with the Warriors of Darkness, he shouldn't be available as a trust at that point, right? So I am wondering, obviously they could go the very, very easy route of just sort of half-assing it and just implementing trusts even though specific characters aren't actually there, but I don't necessarily think they're going to do that. And then once again, even if they would do that, they would probably introduce Menphilia as a trust in the Realm Reborn dungeons, right? Which, even if that's not necessarily mentioned in the story, would still I think, sort of make a huge perception change in terms of what the newer players who are then going through that story will think of her. Whereas the older players, obviously, or everybody that's playing currently, is constantly joking about Menphilia not really doing anything, right? So yeah, that's definitely a very interesting point there, right? Where I'm honestly not that sure how it will play out. And again, I'm also not really sure how much they're really gonna put into it, right? Are they gonna rewrite cutscenes? Are they gonna add cutscenes as well? I mean, and then think about all of the dialogue that is currently introduced with trusts as well, right? In terms of what they're saying throughout the dungeon, and then the little text bubbles as well. I mean, again, the way trusts are currently introduced in most scenario or throughout the entirety of Shadowbringers and Endwalker, it's very, very natural in terms of how they do the dungeons. Like it just makes sense, right? They are there because you went there together with them, and no, sorry. Oh god, there were a couple more. Sorry, but yeah, I mean, with the way how trusts are currently implemented, it's just very, very like logical, right? It's they are there with you, and so they just enter the dungeon with you, and it's properly implemented into the story, and then they're also there when the dungeon finishes, right? I mean, if we think about, well, Holminster Switch, for example, right? The first dungeon in Shadowbringers. It literally ends with a cutscene where you bring back the knight, and the people or the trusts that were available for that dungeon are part of that cutscene, right? So I wonder if there's going to be moments where they sort of have to add or change situations because that's how it plays out. Shit. Like, in a way, fuck. It would actually be pretty cool if I played through that stuff before they change it, because then you would know, like, all of the changes and how they work, or if they work, or if they're specific, or like how it actually turns out, right? But it's just, it takes way too fucking long, right? And then also they already changed the main story anyway, right? Although I would really... I mean, I guess... Sort of the thing was that I always planned to play through the story at one point in the future anyways, right? Probably a point that's very far away in the future. But I do want to do that again. Scarecrow churning mist? I think I know where that spawns. I hope. I think it spawns in the northwest part of the map. Whatever. I'm still gonna check it. Also, just give me half a minute. Although I can literally just keep talking because it was slightly cold here in this room like 2 or 3 hours ago. I turned up the heat a little bit, but now it's getting too warm. So I wanted to turn that down. But yeah, it would be kind of a fun exercise, wouldn't it, to sort of go and have a look at the Realm Reborn dungeons and think about, well, who could be the trusts for this and what are they going to change with that? And then, well, we also have to remember that not all of the Realm Reborn dungeons are main story dungeons, right? There's, especially in a realm like in the 2.x patch series, a lot of the dungeons are actually optional, right? The hard mode dungeons anyway, but they're not going to implement trusts for those. Which is also kind of strange, isn't it? In a way. And I always thought that was, like, we still have the squadrons, right? They were kind of forgotten about. And I always thought that they were going to use those as trusts, sort of retroactively. Not necessarily because it would have been easier to implement. I don't think it would have, necessarily. But because it would make more sense in terms of the story, right? Because sometimes they actually do sort of reference your adventuring buddies, right? And so with the trusts, you could sort of, or rather with the squadrons, you could sort of set it up as, well, these are just other adventurers that get introduced to you through your grand company. Which in a way, I mean, but that would be easy to change, right? I think the grand company, when do you join that? Is that around like level 30 or something? Maybe a little bit before that? So they would maybe have to change that a little bit. But then, from that point forward, they could literally say, oh, well, these are just other adventurers that you met through the Grand Company, and then it wouldn't matter, right? That's my point. It wouldn't matter. It would be literally like going into the dungeons with other players, which you already did, right? It's just, quote-unquote, your adventuring buddies or friends or whatever. And in that case, they would definitely not have to rewrite any kind of story or redo any kind of cutscenes, but I guess they want to do that as well. I mean, there's definitely a huge opportunity there, right? That's for sure. If they're doing it correctly, then, as I said, right, there's a huge opportunity there to make the players connect more with people like Minfilia, who would literally be a trust in a Realm Reborn, right? And so players would probably just connect with her a lot more than they have been so far. So if they're doing it this way, I really, really hope that they're doing it right and not just sort of half-assing it. I don't think that they will do that, but at the same time, I am kind of wondering where those resources are suddenly coming from, right? Because, well, I mean, they said as much during the live letter. That was sort of one of their points as well, that they highlighted how many things got added over time. And I do agree with that, right? That is something that I think a lot of people like to omit when they're talking about, oh, well, we're not getting that much content, or they cut a dungeon again, right? Yeah, maybe, but if we are we're if you exclude obviously the delays because of COVID, which was really only one patch that got delayed. Everything else, well, except for the expansion itself, but everything else was still on schedule very much, right? Then you kind of go in and think, well, we have gotten a lot more stuff, right? The cutscenes have been a lot longer. They've introduced a lot more voice acting and stuff, and I do agree with them. If you look at the comparison that they had in the live letter, you do realize how many more things got introduced over time, right? And yeah, I realize that that is why, for example, they cut back on the dungeons that they released. Mainly because, well, there's also just a lot of other stuff that comes with that, right? Because I do think that the long-term goal might actually be to introduce trusts also in optional dungeons, right? And the more there are, then obviously the harder that gets, right? But it is quite interesting when you think about it, how much they did on the side as well. I mean, introducing flying into the old zones, rewriting, or at least to some degree redoing the Realm Reborn main story, stuff like that. And now going back, adding or changing dungeons and that kind of stuff. Not adding dungeons, but, you know, adding trusts to dungeons is what I was trying to say. That must take, you know, a fair bit of resources. And so I do wonder, like, what the decision behind that was, or how they're gonna... Because obviously they still need to do everything else as well. And I guess I'm just kind of wondering, well, what are they gonna do in the future, right? Are we gonna... I guess... Are we going to be in this state constantly, pretty much, where we will always have, because I think that's most likely what is going to happen, right? First of all, I think that the people who will be doing these things are probably people that get sort of introduced to the team, right? I mean, they were pretty big about that point in past live letters as well, where they sort of highlighted why it was so difficult to implement more ultimates, for example, because they have one team of very, very experienced raid designers and raid testers, and it's kind of hard to learn, is that the right word? To introduce other team members into those teams, right? Because it's not something that everybody can do. And the way they've done that in the past is sort of to have like a stepping process, I guess. I mean, in a way that's very logical, and that's kind of how most work is done, right? Where you slowly get introduced to more complicated tasks over time. I mean, that's sort of how it works in most jobs, in most scenarios, I guess. But in this specific case, right, with 14, that kind of means that, for example, people who've designed really cool dungeon bosses might get a chance of designing, a trial boss. And the next time they're designing a raid boss. And then maybe from then they're going to move on to ultimate, right? That's sort of the basic idea. Obviously, it doesn't really always work that way. There's probably also a lot of people who might leave the teams and do other stuff. Right, obviously they also want their most talented people probably to work on Final Fantasy 16 as well. I think that's something that they introduced as well, which I was also kind of surprised by, the fact that Koji apparently now has some sort of major position on Final Fantasy 16 and isn't really that much more involved with 14 anymore at this present state. Right, so, and they're probably doing that with a bunch of other people as well, where they're moving them between teams. I mean, it's essentially, they're like both Final Fantasy 16 and 14 technically are developed by the Creative Business Unit 3, as they're calling it, right, within Square Enix. So I guess that they're probably having a lot of people sort of jump between the two projects, right? Wait, what was it called? Volpang. And you have to keep that in mind, right? And that's, and I guess what I'm getting here at here is that, for example, I can definitely see them using sort of these retroactive implementations of stuff to train new programmers to do that kind of thing, right? Where they're probably looking for people who they can trust in terms of doing the correct thing for story. Because I think that, especially the way they've talked, well, for example, about trusts in the past, they've been very specific about a lot of things, right? The fact that LSA can steal your LB, the way trusts sometimes move, right? The fact that, for example, here in Ilmag, when you're doing the level 73 dungeon, at the very end, the boss has this funny little thing where he casts this chasm in front of you, right? And there's only this narrow bridge that you have to cross. And the trusts all react very differently to that. And they're, the way they've always talked about that, they seem to be very proud of that fact, right? They seem to be very proud of the fact that they're sort of implementing the personalities of the Scions so well into these trust dungeons. So I'd imagine that, especially with a big release like Endwalker, right? I think, or I can imagine that Yoshi P probably was very, very specific about who he would let actually work on trusts, right? And what they would do, and the decisions that were maybe being made in the background in terms of what they can do or how they should act and what they should cast and when they would do that, right? I think they were probably very specific about that. And so I think that using or implementing the trust dungeons retroactively into the old content is probably a way for them to also sort of introduce new people, new programmers or battle designers and sort of say, hey, you know, look at this dungeon and think about, well, how would you implement the trusts here, and what would you maybe change about encounters, or how do you think the trusts should move, right? And if a couple of things aren't quite right or aren't necessarily how the current like story writers or something would like it to be, then it's not that big of a deal because it's a very old story and it's, you know, it's really only an introduction to the game and stuff like that. So, wait, where the fuck is this? Oh, there he is. It's below the other one. And yeah, from that point forward, maybe they would sort of let people then you know, work on, I guess, the newer stuff, right? It's very much a sort of a proving or testing ground for developers as well, I think. So in that regard, I do think that the sort of impact on current content is actually not as much as people might think, because the people that are working on the current story, the current implementation, character writing, whatever the fuck, are probably not the same people that are tasked with retroactively implementing trust dungeons. That being said, though, there is definitely some overlap, right? There might be voice lines that have to be done that probably the same person does, right? That always does voice lines for dungeons or whatever. Not the voice actors, right? But the people working on making sure that the sound works correctly and is played at the correct location and that kind of stuff, right? As well as maybe model designers, or I don't know if there might be like a couple small animations that would have to be implemented, or I guess, for example, the graphics for the old trusts, those would probably be done by the same people who are doing the trusts or the graphics for the current trusts, in terms of the interface, for example, because it's kind of a small thing, right? It wouldn't really make sense to task a completely different person with that. But at the same time, it does obviously take a little bit of time away from that person. And if you sort of accumulate that over the course of all of those dungeons that now need to be converted into trust dungeons, and all of the work that goes into that, there is certainly an impact on the development for current content as well, right? And, well, I guess the bigger thing that I wanted to talk about is that, it's the wrong way, is that I wonder if there's always sort of, because I think what's very likely going to happen is that there's sort of always going to be something that they'll retroactively implement, because the game is built up that way, right? If you really think about it, the way Final Fantasy XIV is designed, it does rely quite a lot on old content, right? Because it forces you to play through the entire story. And in a way, that's a very, very good thing, because it does allow them to have this cool story there, right? And again, they're really building it up as almost a single-player Final Fantasy game with really, really good MMO elements as well. And as long as the MMO elements don't suffer because of that, and I don't think that they are, I mean, the raids are still really, really cool. I'm really looking forward to the new Ultimate. Doing T, or reprogramming T, is like insanely fun, right? So aside from making rotations a little bit too easy currently, I don't think that they're really compromising too much on, or they're not really compromising at all on the fact that it's still an MMO as well. But it is very cool because, I mean, if I was mind blown, right, back in Heavensward when I played through this game for the first time, because I didn't expect it to have that much stuff, right? And again, I'm not only talking about the story. It's the gold saucer. It's chocobos, chocobo racing, whatever, right? All these side activities and side quests and whatever that you can do are really, really awesome. And again, it literally feels like you're playing through, like if you would buy the game now, it would literally feel like you're playing 5, 6 big RPGs back to back, right? Which is kind of insane. I mean, sure, you have to pay monthly, but so what, right? If you think about it, if you would buy, I don't know, Skyrim, The Witcher 3, Red Dead Redemption 2, Fallout 4, and Cyberpunk when they release, right? That's what, like $250 or something? Close to that? If you buy 14 and play it for a year, and use that year to play through all of the expansions, and that's everything that you want to do, and then you stop, then you've experienced, like, what I'm trying to say is the experience is sort of the same, right? Obviously, it's going to heavily depend on your subjective opinion, right? A lot of people might like Red Dead Redemption 2 a lot more than 14, whereas a lot of other people might like 14 a lot more than Red Dead Redemption. Obviously, that's a very subjective thing, so you have to realize that if you get into 14, the way these 5, 6 big RPGs are built up is always going to be the same, right? It's the same graphics, the same gameplay, the same characters, whatever. But for some people, that's also a really good thing, right? I mean, there is a reason why One Piece still exists after, 20 years or something. Because people like sticking with these characters and with the world, and if it's done really, really well, then yeah, why not? Right, and I guess 14 is definitely on the road to being something iconic like that, like Dragon Ball or One Piece or whatever, something that really sticks with people and they constantly want to get more, right? And if you think about it, if you're a really big fan of those franchises, right? I mean, I have 83 or something volumes of Detective Conan here. I think I'm still missing the last, I've bought the last one 3 years ago or something, right? So there's probably 10 more or something at this point. But that's also something that you constantly invest in, right? If you really like those stories, whether you buy the manga or you buy the Blu-rays of the anime or you buy, I don't know, figures or something, that is also something that sort of sticks with you and where you have this kind of constant, well, money being spent on it, right? And, well, of course, buying a $6 or $7 manga every, like, 3 months is different to subscribing to an MMO that costs $15 per month, right? But you get a lot of other stuff as well, and you don't have to do that, right? You can literally just play 14 every time a new story patch comes out. Or, I mean, there's even people who don't do that, who just come back for an expansion, play through the story, maybe do the first raid or the first sort of extreme trials. So they pay for the expansion and two months of playtime, and then they stop playing until the next expansion 2 years down the line, right? Why not? You can definitely do that. That's a beautiful thing, right? What was my original point with that? I somehow went from how it's developed to that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, it's really, really interesting. It's kind of, it's definitely cool how, like, what they've talked about in that regard, and yeah, I guess I'm just really looking forward to it. Oh, right, that was sort of my original point. Definitely was that it's going to be really interesting to see, or rather, well, I think what is going to happen is that we will always have this sort of structure of them using, I don't know, I think it's really hard to put a number on it, but let's say 20% of their resources to re-implement newer stuff that they have in a new expansion into the old ones, right? Because that's how this game is built up. And it being an MMO, they can do that, which is really, really cool. And that is something that I have struggled with, actually, when, for example, I mean, I watched Detective Conan for a really, really long time, right? That was a big thing when I was a kid, right? I really liked it. And even when I got older, I still kept buying the manga because I wanted to know how it continued, right? And whether or not they actually came to a final conclusion at some point. And I do think it's still continuing, right? At least I haven't heard anything about them stopping Detective Conan, but whatever. That's a different topic. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is that sometimes, especially with the anime, right? If you have a series like that which is also something, or I guess the better example would actually be One Piece, because One Piece, sadly, was a franchise that I just didn't watch. I wasn't really that interested when it sort of originally released, at least where I live, right? At that point, it was obviously already a long-running series in Japan, but, you know, it was, I don't know, was it it's probably early 2000s or something, right? When I sort of first heard of it, and actually knew what it was, right? But I didn't really get into it back then. And sometimes, throughout the years, when there was sort of not much going on, I sometimes thought to myself, well, a lot of people like it, maybe it would be worth getting into it. But the reason why I never really did that was because with anime especially, and you can, I guess I was also talking about Detective Conan because I did watch that, and there is just a huge difference in terms of animation quality and even character design and that kind of stuff between something that was filmed or produced 5 or 6 years ago versus something that was produced at the end of the 90s, right? There is such a huge difference between those two things. I mean, maybe it's not that problematic while you're playing through it, or rather, now I'm saying playing, while you're watching it, right? I guess if, let's say, you were to actually start One Piece right now from the very beginning, I mean, it would slowly change, right? You would sort of start with the quote-unquote bad-looking stuff that's really old, and then slowly transition into the newer stuff. So I guess in that regard, it wouldn't be too bad because, well, you wouldn't really be jumping between episodes, right? You would literally watch them back to back, so you wouldn't have this problem of it just not looking the way you would expect it to look. I guess that's just more of a problem if you have already seen. So, for example, again, if we're going back to Detective Conan, I have seen a bunch of the newer stuff, right? Quote unquote new, right? I'm talking about 6-7 years ago. But you know, then nowadays going back and for nostalgia reasons or whatever, watching watching the series from the very beginning wouldn't really be that fun if you're like, oh, I messed up my shit. I messed up my finisher. Whatever. But yeah, that wouldn't really be that much fun because it literally doesn't look that great, right? It looks very, very dated. So in that regard, that might be a problem, right? I don't know. But my point, I guess that's a different discussion actually, but my point here is, right, it works very differently with 14. If you're thinking of 14 as like a long-running series like One Piece, with 14, it being an MMO, they can actually patch in stuff, right? Everything that they've added, like the trust system, they can just retroactively patch in to everything that's already been there. And technically, if you think about it, let's say, 14 does continue for another 10 years, and then they decide, oh, well, either they're going to do a new MMO, or they're just, stop developing content for 14. I mean, pretty much what they did with 11, right? It's still running, but there isn't really content being produced. Content in the way that, completely new expansions and stuff. I think they sometimes even do, like, very, very small events for 11 still, but it's definitely not, like, on the same scale as what is being produced for 14, obviously, right? But yeah, because of that, right? Because of this thing that they can do with 14, this retroactively implementing stuff, I think we will always have, I don't know, something 10 to 20% of resources being sort of dedicated at older stuff, right? And that, I think, is very clear to see, especially when you think about what they're now, what they have already implemented with Endwalker, and what they're then now planning to implement in terms of the graphical changes, for example. Because, one of the things that the graphical enhancements will bring is more object density in the world. They highlighted one example from Thavnir, right, where there was a bunch of new boxes, and like the staircase had like a different structure and was built up out of more polygons, right? It was just a lot more detailed than before. But those are things that have to be done manually, obviously, right? You can do some of that stuff automatically, but I think you'd still have to have a person that sort of looks over that stuff and makes sure that nothing is sort of awkwardly sticking into buildings and things like that, right? So even though it's not that hard to do, it does still take resources, right? And it is something that needs to be done, like it can't be completely automated, especially if you want to do it well, right? It still also needs to look very good. And well, if you think about it, right, that means that now throughout the Endwalker patch series 6.x, they're going to retroactively implement the trust system into old stuff, right? And obviously, they might also, if there is a graphical overhaul being introduced with 7.0, I'd imagine that they probably also want to at least change, well, probably Endwalker and Shadowbringers areas as well, I'd imagine. Something like that, right? It won't, like, that would be very weird if they introduced a new expansion and nothing of the old stuff would be changed. That would be weird. I think they'll still have something like that in mind, where they might change also a couple of, you know, Endwalker details, or I don't know. But yeah, I mean, with that, I guess that means that there's always things that can be done and implemented into the old stuff, right? So I'd imagine what they're going to do throughout 7.x then is probably that with the patches there will also always be a slight overhaul of older areas as well, where they retroactively introduce these graphical enhancements to, probably in the same way they're doing it now, right? Where they're saying, like, so what they said now is the trust system is going to be in Realm Reborn areas with 6.1, and then they're doing Heavensward with 6.2, and then Stormblood 6.3 or something, or maybe 6.5, whatever. But I'd imagine they're sort of keeping that structure as well, right? Where probably they're going to introduce, I don't know, the graphical enhancements into Realm Reborn areas in 7.1, and Heavensward in 7.3, and Stormblood in 7.4 or something, right? Something along those lines. And then as well with other stuff, right? If you think about, for example, one thing that they also seemingly were very proud of, and I do think that's a very cool system, because it very much goes into this direction of a single-player RPG, it's the whole thing with NPCs following you around, right? And that currently only exists in Endwalker, obviously, because that's when the system was introduced. But I do imagine that they might want to retroactively implement that system into older content as well, at points where it makes sense, right? So I do think that it will always be like that they introduce new features that are just really, really cool and really enhance sort of the whole RPG side of the game, and then they are going to retroactively implement that into the old content as well. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is that people should always expect at least part of the resources to go into old stuff, right? That's just the nature of an MMO as well, if you want to keep it healthy, especially an MMO that is built up like 14, where it uses and utilizes all the old stuff as well, right? And that's also something, I mean, well, it's not really compared. Well, the game obviously isn't really comparable to EVE Online, for example, but in EVE they also had moments like that. Well, at least when I was playing it, which is also a long time ago, I think almost 10 years at this point, but in EVE, you know, they also had points where they essentially said, well, we have this old system that we don't really like that much anymore. And then what they would do for a content update was they would mainly improve that specific system and essentially completely rewrite it, right? So, I mean, if you would sort of take a pessimistic look at that, you could say, well, it's a major content update, but at the end of the day, I don't have that much more than what existed before, which obviously isn't true at all. The systems were suddenly a lot more engaging and just a lot better and more interesting, and also demanded a lot more sort of thinking and planning and whatever, right? So it was definitely good that they did that. It's just, I guess, people need to be aware of that, right? People need to be aware of the fact it's an MMO, and with the way it's built up, it just makes sense to go back and improve old content as well. And at least for my part, I'm really, really looking forward to, at some point, I hope that, you know, whatever happens, that there is going to be a point in the future, you know, whether it's 10 years, 15 years, whatever, could also be 8 years, I don't know, right, where I have just sort of a slot of free time that I can dedicate to 14. and I want to re-experience this game when it's essentially quote-unquote finished, right? Or when it has all these updates retroactively implemented in all content as well. And I can go through it and have this one giant experience of a story. I think that would be pretty cool. And also, to be completely honest, one of the biggest things, because it takes so long to get through this whole thing, right? One big thing that at least I've done, and I'd imagine a lot of other people have done as well, especially now with how so many people came to 14 over the course of the last year, right? It was incredible to see them play through the whole story, right? And obviously that's a lot easier to follow because, well, at least in my case, I didn't obviously watch hundreds of hours of streams. I mean, I watched a lot of streams, but not, or thousands of hours, I guess. So what I would do is, with the streamers were the streamers that I really liked, playing through the story of 14, I would sort of go back and look at their clips and look at their best moments, or some of them also have like condensed cut versions of their playthrough on YouTube, for example. And so you can sort of re-experience the whole story in, I don't know, depending on the streamer, right? And depending on how much you get involved with their specific playthrough. It can vary between 5 to 50 hours, right? Depending, and obviously also depending on whether or not they played through the whole game or maybe just the new expansions or whatever. But you always have to think about that all of these changes that they now introduce to old content will benefit that as well, right? So if there is a streamer that I really, really like, or, maybe didn't even know about, and I discover them and I say, oh yeah, I really like how they're playing through 14. Well, now if there's a bunch of changes being implemented, I can sort of see them through that streamer, right? Which is great. So in a way, even though I technically don't directly benefit from these changes to the game, I benefit through that, potentially, right? Obviously, always depending on how big these changes actually turn out to be, right? Alright, let me actually finish off the weeklies before raid starts. I mean, it's still some time, but I don't suddenly want to stand there not actually having done everything that I wanted, which is the custom deliveries. So, I still need crafter scripts. So let's see if there's bonus. So Kaishia has a bonus. And Kurenai. Zoe and Nago as well. Well, Kaishia definitely. I've definitely already finished her achievements. But I'm pretty sure I already finished Nago's achievements as well. Whatever. I like her a lot, so I'm gonna do the deliveries for Nago and Kaishia, I guess. But let's start with the Kaishia. But yeah, I guess another aspect of that that's also really interesting in my opinion is then, well, if we think about, so that seems just very likely to me, that there's always going to be resources being put into the old content and sort of retroactively fitting features that they introduced throughout the years into the old content. But that being said, it is going to be really, really interesting to see as well what kind of new stuff they implement, right, and how that's going to work. And again, yeah, they talked about a couple of those things. That's the wrong... wait, let me see. What do I need to craft? The beehive souvenirs, and I think that only requires one per, right? Yes. And that's sort of the only thing where I would say that they were very unspecific in terms of, like, in a way, we pretty much know, oh yeah, the game's, well, more or less going to continue the way we know it has over the past 10 years, right? Which, that is great. But at the same time, beyond the stuff we already knew, there wasn't really that much actual, like, news being talked about, I guess. I mean, I might go over the slides that they showed here in a couple of seconds, or minutes rather, not seconds, but yeah, I don't think that there was necessarily too much or too many surprises. But then again, I also didn't watch it, right? So that's they sort of offhandedly mention a couple of things that sometimes get sort of varied if you don't watch the live letter directly. It's that way. Although, you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter all that much anyway. I mean, the fact that they were going to, like, further invest into 14 was kind of clear anyway, right? I mean, we pretty much knew that. The game's just way too successful right now to not have that investment being done by Square Enix. I mean, they would literally be completely stupid to not further invest into 14. That being said, though, I mean, it is very reassuring to hear, I guess, right? It is kind of cool that we now know, oh yeah, well, we can sort of trust them to keep doing what they've been doing, right? And that there won't be any, like, really major changes. For example, I heard people speculate before that maybe they were completely abandoning the concept of the MSQ and sort of feeding us, like, smaller stories, right? That weren't really one connected story anymore, but rather, so we would, for example, explore Mericidia, and that would be one part, right? And then we would do something else, and that would be another part. And again, I speculated myself that maybe we would get at least a somewhat different MSQ structure, or that they would sort of do a second starting off point, that from this point forward, people would be able to jump in essentially from 6.1, and that would be sort of a second starting point. And the whole part from the start of A Realm Reborn to the end of Endwalker would essentially be a second story. So we would have sort of two main stories that worked independently off of each other, right? And might reference each other for people who have played through the old one. But for newer people, they could, if they chose to do so, just start with the new one, right? That was something that I thought they might do, although it was already pretty clear to me that that would be kind of a nightmare going forward, right? That would definitely be something where you'd have to be really, really careful in terms of how you do it. But clearly they're going to stick with the system that we've had, which, again, really cool. And it's sort of reassuring to hear that that's the case, I guess. Okay, let me quickly focus on this, not that I'm buying the wrong thing here. I need these ones. And I want to have a CP, right? I guess these ones. Okay. And I have to put them in here. Melt. Where is it? Where is it? Command material 10 bulk. Melt. Let's see if it finally works. Nope. Of course it didn't. Ah, well, whatever. And now back to Raugus. The only thing, well, I mean, I guess the only reason why I'm a tiny bit disappointed is because I thought that they were going to at least somewhat change the structure, right? So something that, well, technically they haven't really denied that either, because they haven't really talked about the Tri-Series at all, although I think they did sort of confirm that it exists. But the thing was that, for example, I was speculating, well, maybe they're going to do changes where, for example, they're not going to have a Tri-Series at all, but re-implement the trials into the main story, which essentially was how Realm Reborn worked, right? Where in 2.x, I think most of the trials were actually part of the main story, right? So the Moogle trial, Leviathan, Ramu, and Shiva, those are all part of the main story, right? Whereas with all the expansions, the only extreme trial that was actually part of the main story was always the 0.3 one. Well, and then technically the 0.11 as well, right? 0.11. But yeah, the extreme version of the trial that comes out at the start of the expansion, like the third one, right? We always get the extreme version of that with the 0.1 patch. So that was something where I thought, well, maybe they're going to change that, right? Maybe they're going to actually focus more on the main story and use the trials within the main story instead of having a separate one that might be very far removed from the main story. Which that's always hit and miss, right? I don't dislike the trial series in Stormblood, but I like the story of the one in Shadowbringers a lot more because it's actually connected to what we were doing, right? It's connected to everything else. It's connected to the Empire. It's connected to Bosja. It's connected to Gaius, right? The way they've done that, even though I do think that a couple of people don't really like the villain that they introduced, and I get that, right? It was a very specific sort of kind of storytelling that they were going for, and I, for my part, thought it was really well done, although it does obviously suffer a lot from it not having voice acting. Which again, that, for example, would have also been a point that maybe they could have come out and said, oh yeah, by the way, going forward, we are trying to, or we want to have voice acting in both the Raid series and the Trial series as well, right? That could have been something. I mean, sure, a very unlikely scenario, all things considered, but again, I'm just saying that would have been an example of something that they might have in mind going forward, right? Or a change that we maybe didn't really expect, but they wanted to focus on. And that's maybe the only sort of slight disappointment that I can think of, is that they, didn't really do that. And I guess even though they did talk about that new dungeon feature, I actually don't remember the name right now. They had a specific name for it. And then also with the new PvP mode that we're getting at 6.1, there might be a ton of really fun content coming up, right? I mean, it can also just not be good. That can obviously also be the case. But at the same time, there's definitely a lot to look forward to. So 4, I need 24, right? Yeah. I mean, again, it's really, really great that they talked about the graphical update. I think that was sort of the one thing that, a lot of people probably weren't expecting they'd already go so in depth on, right? Because it's something that's still so far in the future. and they only sort of, well, it wasn't even a vertical slice, right? It was more of a, isn't there also a specific name for that? Well, they showed what they're going for, right? Although they definitely said that they already tested that, right? So we can pretty much expect that it will be somewhat on that level of quality and not something completely different or just not as good as they showed it off to be. I think they have a very specific sort of goal in mind, and that's definitely very good. Because I also think, and that's what I really, really like about their development team and about the way that I guess Yoshi P is their sort of manager as well. Well, I'm saying manager, you know what I mean, but he's the one who has this very, like the way they're planning content and the way they're planning development is just very, very strict. And I like that because it makes you pretty confident in what they're doing, right? I think they're essentially what they've probably done is that they had this month of testing, what they said on the slides, right? And they probably tested, for example, how long it would take to convert the grass textures on your average sized Final Fantasy XIV map into a better one, right? And they then probably calculated, well, all right, if it's going to take us this long, then it will take this long to convert all of the areas, and they probably then decided on, oh, all right, we might implement like a better grass texture, but we're not going to change the trees, for example, right? That might be a decision that has been made, right? Where they could have said, well, grass might be kind of interesting, or rather, not interesting, but grass might be a lot easier to change. So, for example, I would imagine that maybe with grass, they could also say, well, maybe a map has like 4 specific grass types or whatever, right? And they might change that to 3 to make it easier. And that wouldn't really have an overall impact on the visual quality of the map. Whereas maybe with trees, that would be an entirely different thing, right? Where they maybe also just have a lot more variety in terms of how many trees a certain map contains, right? Some of them might contain very big ones, others very small ones, others a lot, and then yet others none at all, right? And so that would be kind of hard to plan. So I'd imagine what they actually did was that they focused on the things that would be sort of easy to, or somewhat easy to plan around in terms of how much time it takes, right? And I definitely like that approach, right? I like sort of that line of thinking of, oh yeah, we're going to do this, and it's going to take some time and some resources, but we're doing it in a way where, we can be fairly confident in what we are able to achieve, right? Which was something, actually, that I was a little bit disappointed by when we're talking about what they did with the implementation of Yera and Hrothgar, because I felt like that was somewhat rushed. And I kind of, well, the reason I didn't really like how they were implemented was specifically because it's somewhat it just came across as sort of unplanned, right? Or not unplanned, poorly planned, I guess is the point, right? Which isn't really true either, like, anyway, because I imagine that it was probably, like, really well planned how they were going to do it. It's just that they made a decision to say, well, in order to be able to implement them, we have to cut a lot of stuff. For example, headgear, right? Where they apparently just weren't able to commit the resources to fitting all of the existing headgear onto Viera and Hrothgar. And I kind of wish that they wouldn't have done that. I mean, I know that they probably just didn't want to hold off on implementing those races, but it does feel like it was somewhat of a, well, like they didn't really fully commit to that implementation, right? And obviously, you know, it's a bit difficult to talk about because that's a really, really hard thing to gauge from the outside, how much more time or how many more resources would it have to have been spent on doing that compared to how many resources they already had to put into implementing those races, right? So it's very hard to gauge. Was it like 20% more that they would have to do, or was it 5% more that they would have to do? I'd imagine it was probably somewhere around 20% or something, because otherwise they probably would have done it. But yeah, it was just, I don't know. I guess for me personally, it was just slightly disappointing to see that was how they were doing that. That they, instead of going for like 100% sort of commitment and implementation, that they were that they were going for this somewhat scuffed way, right? I didn't really like that. Again, it's not, especially for me, who's never changed his character ever anyways. It's like I don't really care, right? But I mean, I hope we don't end up in a situation, for example, with the graphical enhancements where suddenly people, you know, where it suddenly looks too different altogether. I mean, I guess I'm slightly afraid of that happening, that maybe, you know, there's going to be even like main story cutscenes where suddenly there are two characters from different, like one character with the enhanced features and one without, in the same scene and talking to each other, and it just looks really awkward. I hope that won't happen. Yeah, that's just a bit of a weird thing in terms of this whole implementation, I guess. And it is something that has happened in the past as well, where I feel like, for example, Ishgard Restoration, the first step that they introduced there felt kind of, well, I wouldn't say rushed, but certainly it was just very inconsistent. And I think the main reason why that even why we can even say that is because they are so incredibly consistent with most of the stuff that they're doing, especially with the in terms of the patch cycle and what kind of things get introduced over time, right? They're so incredibly consistent with that I feel like essentially having these inconsistencies in there is just it's kind of throwing you off, right? When you're really used to this consistency. And well, in the case of the Ishgard Restoration, for example, I felt like the length of the different parts were a bit inconsistent. I mean, later on they kind of figured it out, but at the beginning it very much sort of wasn't. And that's a problem sort of later on, which is, for example, Eureka. I really, really like Eureka in Stormblood, but the problem is that the really interesting parts with the logo sections and stuff is only introduced in Pyros. Right? Is it called Pyros? Fuck, I forgot the actual name. I think it is. Well, the third area, right? So now, going back, if I would say, well, for example, I still have the Red Mage Relic, right? But it's on the step, I think, where you have to collect the light in Pagos. And that step would be a lot more fun had they introduced those logos actions from the very beginning. But sadly, they haven't. So, you know, those inconsistencies are sometimes a bit, unfortunate later on when you kind of want to go back, do all the content, and suddenly realize, well, the actual fun part of this content wasn't implemented right from the start, right? Yeah, I mean, again, that can, like, in a lot of cases, that's also a very niche sort of complaint, I feel like. Oh, fucking finally. But yeah, it's definitely something to sometimes be concerned about. Fuck, now I have to look up what the next material is that goes in here. Let me think. It's on the balance Discord, or should be rather. Where is it? Here it is. The balance resources. Is there actually a way on Discord to sort of pin specific messages only for yourself? I don't think there is, right? That would be kind of cool. If there was like a favorite messages thing or something and I could just click on it and it would sort of show me, for example, the crafting gear. Oh my god, where the fuck is it? Why is the fucking section so, like, weird? They have sort of, like, tutorials for crafting, then they have tutorials for gathering, and then they have, below that, are the gear sets and stuff and rotations for crafting. It's kind of weird how they sorted this. I mean, I shouldn't complain, I still good resources, it's just weird. I think this was it. You know, I could also just, save the link to the website, but I'm too lazy to do that. Wait, fuck, did I put in the wrong one? Wait, what? Or did they change the set? Oh, no, never mind, that's the mid-tier set. Wait, what? High tier melt set, that's what I was looking for. Command, yeah, okay. And then Command 9 would be the next thing, and then Cunning 7 would be something... No, I still have them, right? I still have a couple Cunning 7. Yeah. So wait, let me double check. So just put in a Command 10 materia, and the next one should be a Command 9 materia. It's probably completely dumb to overmelt the set at this point. Yeah, isn't it? Because I've literally never properly crafted anything in Endwalker currently, and the next crafting set is probably going to release in about a month. Whatever. I don't care. Give it to me. I mean, well, I won't necessarily change to the new crafting set right away, right? So I might still use these accessories for a time. So they're not completely wasted, hopefully. Okay, and then the next one would be the Cunning 7, right? Yes. And that is this one. Right. Only a 7% chance? Shit. That was only 3. What the fuck? Sure. And then the last one would be the 5, right? This one. Why is that only 5% even though it's such an old material? Well, that didn't work. But whatever. So this bracelet now has 77 CP, and my current one has 78. Huh. Could have also just done item comparison. So it now has essentially what? That's 10 control, 13 control more, which is ridiculously low compared to, like, when you think about how difficult it is to put that stuff actually into it. And then, yeah, I'm missing, I get 10 craftsmanship, 13 control, but I'm losing 1 CP. I mean, sure. At least I got CP through the, let me actually put this down here, through the other stuff. And then I can just do whatever with these. What are they missing? Competence 10. So I should be getting... Wait, what are they missing? Competence. Should be getting competence 9s as well. For the white scripts. These ones. Okay. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, for fuck's sake. Don't tell me that they actually... What? Does the game not realize that it's better? How does that work? 490... 560. Because it's not pentamelded, maybe? That's so weird, right? Doesn't actually get recognized as better gear. I guess the game places CP as the highest sort of stat. I mean, that in a way makes sense, because it is, but a little bit ridiculous at the same time, to be completely honest. Oh, for fuck's sake. Goldsmith, leatherworker. Weaver. Alchemist. Aeon. Culinarian. I mean, I guess with this set now already being fairly good in terms of melts, I could definitely go for essentially tools and secondary tools first, right? In 6.1. That might actually be the way to go. Because I do think that my attributes aren't that bad for the current crafts. I don't think, like, I probably can't get 100% HQ, maybe, on things like tinctures and stuff. But okay. I have more than enough tinctures and pumpkin stuff, and I have the Zephyr for tea as well, so I think I'm pretty much done with everything. Oh, the only thing that I wanted to take a look at is actually because I'm at 2.46 in terms of my spell speed currently, because I'm not using the non-spell speed bis set because I have the, what is it? I think no, these are augmented. I think this one, right? The bracelets. I have the rate bracelets, whereas at least like the first bis version that appeared on the balance, where they still weren't really sure how good spell speed summoner actually is, had the augmented ones for the tomestones here. So yeah, one thing that I wanted to check is actually, I don't know, is that on the balance? Like the what's it called? The stat thresholds for the specific things. I wonder if that's here somewhere. Untrain, FFLogs analysis, toolbox, rate sim, rate planning tool, shop tools, gear set creator. I wonder, there was definitely, maybe it was on Act Morning or something. At some point there was definitely like a really, really good overview or stat overview of where the different thresholds actually were. That's not here though. Shit. Where would that be? Probably have to Google it, huh? Let's see. FFXIV stat thresholds? Let's see if I can find something there. Skill and spell speed stats. Oh, this is on morning. Maybe I just didn't see it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Morning on mobile is really, really bad. I don't know what they did there. Or why they did it like this. Why is it scaling so weirdly? That's strange. You can't even really like zoom or not zoom. Speed stats. Skill and spell speed stat tiers. So, wait a second. Let me actually see. Does that work? So I have 616 spell speed, right? So that should be 616. So that's between... What is this? Oh, that's higher than 590. Okay, and is 2.46. That's correct. So for 2.45, I would need 649, which is, that's actually pretty good, right? That would be essentially exactly one melt, correct? Which is kind of what I'm trying to gauge here. Well, I mean, I would have to sort of double check with the other stats as well, right? Where their thresholds are. Although, I mean, aren't they different? But yeah, I could. So the current, what is it? The current 10 materia has 36. So one spell speed materia would get me to, what? 622, 652, right? Which would be 3 over the next tier. That would actually, I wonder if I want to do that. I know that it doesn't really matter in the end. Like, I'm not optimizing to the point that it actually matters for anything. It's just more comfortable. That's what I want to go for, right? I felt like a very, very slightly higher spell speed was more comfortable for me personally. But again, I don't know whether or not it was that. But I could try, I guess. I mean, the only question would be what I take out, right? Might be determination at some point. Do I actually have... This one has direct hit, implemented. So I could probably take out one direct hit and just put in one spell speed, I guess. Crit, dead. I have 2 direct hit materials. This one. Yeah, let me retrieve the direct hit materia. Unfortunate. It melds 1 spell speed, 36. Right, so now I should have 2.45, correct? Yes. Let's just try that. I mean, why not, right? 2.45. Yeah. Okay. Other than that, I think, so I've killed all the B ranks, I've sent out my squadron, I have done the normal raids, I've done expert roulette 2 times. I don't necessarily think beyond potential dailies, but yeah, I'm really not that big on dailies currently. Also, I think it might be quite fun to talk a little bit more about the live letter. So let's do that. I think in terms of, well, preparedness for the raid, I should be fine. I mean, we're not going to necessarily change anything for Savage anyways, because we're not really doing log runs currently. And for T, well, for T, I definitely looked at Phase 2 as well. And I think, well, I am fairly confident in how we're supposed to do limit cut and where I'm supposed to stand during Phase 2 as well. And I think, well, the stuff that I still have to look at would probably be more along the lines of, well, I mean, you know what, one thing that I actually might do is I might check my VOD from last time to see how I can actually properly align my GCDs in Phase 1. Because the one thing that's really annoying to me currently is that I sometimes I'm not that confident in knowing when to use triple cast. When you have to move out to bait the AoEs during Living Liquid. I sometimes mess that up a little bit. Or rather, I don't mess it up, I'm just sort of not confident enough. Sometimes I press triple cast too early, I feel like, and I'm definitely losing a bit of uptime there, I think, sometimes, right? Because I'm going for safety, right? So I might just move a little bit further. So I think a couple of times, the last time we did it was that I instead of casting Fire 3, triple cast, and then Fire Force, or insta-casted Fire Force while baiting the AoE. I sometimes sort of messed up my timing, and after Foul, I think, I used triple cast on Fire 3, Fire 4, Fire 4. But what that meant was that it was just a tiny bit too early, so sometimes I ended up sort of having a slight gap between that last triple casted Fire 4 and the next Fire 4, because I still had to run a couple meters to get into the position where I can bait the Protean wave, right? And that was a little bit finicky. So I would actually like to take a look back at the VOD and make sure that I know on what GCD I need to use that. But considering that we're also doing Reclears today and that we, had all these kinds of problems in terms of scheduling because of people not being available or people being ill rather. I never really bothered to do it, and it's not really. They're still considering that we're only through Phase 1 really at this point. There's going to be more than enough time to still optimize Phase 1 to play it comfortably, right? But again, it's same with the spell speed. Same with the spell speed. It's definitely more about being comfortable, right? I'm just not that big into like really, really min-maxing my damage. That's just not really what I'm interested in. I'm interested in min-maxing consistency. And that essentially means being comfortable, right? If I'm really, really comfortable in knowing, all right, if I use triple cast here, or if I move like that way, and it works every single time, then I just keep doing it, right? The problem was that I was inconsistent the last time we did T, because I would sometimes use triple cast on Fire 3, Fire 4, Fire 4. Sometimes I would use it after the Fire 3. And I again, as I said, I just want to be comfortable with that. I want to be comfortable in the knowledge that I can use it at a very specific point and will never be hit by anything, right? That's what I want to go for. One second though. Yeah. So let me quickly check my retainers and this stuff here. Probably want to switch that over at some point. I feel like the materials that they're currently collecting I already have a bunch of. So I might actually want to switch that over next time. Because my plan was to kind of get well, at least for 6.2 or something, to have pretty much a big stack of materials ready, right? 126, that can definitely still use a bit more than... What was the other stuff that I'm actually doing? I think the ore, I just switched over to that, so that should still be... and then these ones. But these you potentially need quite a lot of, because you always need like 4 for one piece of fabric that it turns into, so I'll just be collecting these a bit more as well. Alright, let's get comfortable. Let's get comfortable. This looks a bit empty. I definitely need to kind of redecorate parts of my house. Let's do this. Kind of an awkward position, but whatever. Maybe I should probably sit like this. Whatever. My whole point, I'm not ending stream by the way. I just want to kind of chill until raid starts, which is about, well, going to be in about an hour. I'm going to take like a small break in between as well. I still want to get something to drink, and then yeah, I might also want to look, or have a second look at, not a second look. What am I talking about? A look at all at the T-VOD, right? But yeah, I wanted to actually go through. So let me check up on the slides that they showed during the live letter. Where was it? Probably on the... You should probably just check the Reddit Discord, to be honest. Maybe a bit of hype music for this, but... Oh, there's also... Holy fuck. Alright, so for the Q&A, they actually did a full translation, apparently, on the Reddit Discord. That's actually kind of cool. Should probably read through that at some point, huh? That is a lot. Holy shit. But yeah, let's actually look back at the stuff that they showed in the live letter. Let me find the start of it, though. Alright, that's the start of the live letter here. Unfortunately, I can't show it on screen, obviously, since I'm playing it from the PlayStation 5. Although, I should have actually checked that during my Genshin Impact streams. You can open the browser while you're playing a game, right? But I guess it's the difference whether or not the game opens the browser or you yourself are opening it. Would be kind of cool if you could actually stream the browser from the PlayStation. Yeah, whatever. I'm just going to get through it. I mean, I can just read it, right? So, I guess one of the first parts that they were talking about is sort of a look back at what they did, what got released and when, which is definitely really, really cool. I like that they also included 1.0 in the slides, right? Official service begins. That was the September the 30th, 2010. It's kind of insane, right? The thing is, I still remember that. Well, I remember the announcement, first of all, weirdly enough, which was in or not, well, not necessarily. I think it was already announced, but I definitely was watching the Sony E3 briefing that they did, and I think the game was already announced, but they definitely showed off like something for 14. And I think that's also when they announced 15, wasn't it? Something like that. It was kind of weird thinking back, right? Because the game didn't actually release on PlayStation 3 because they had so many problems. And then, when was this? Like over a year later, or pretty much almost exactly a year later, they actually announced A Realm Reborn. And then 2 years later, they ended service for 1.0. Which, considering how bad the game was, it is kind of insane that the servers were only down for about half a year, right? That is pretty insane. Oh no, never mind. They were down for a year. That was the beta test that I was looking at. Okay. Yeah. Timeline, and I guess they then talked about, well, what would the futures hold, right? Next 10 years. I mean, again, in this case, just looking at the slides doesn't really do that much. It's sort of, you know, it's definitely a bit, what's the word? Well, it's not that detailed in these things, right? I mean, yes, they're talking about graphical updates and a roadmap for the 6.x series. Yeah, their emphasis is definitely on providing like a better RPG experience, right? So that was why, I mean, the retroactively fitting the whole game with the trust system is definitely sort of the biggest announcement, I would say, that they made during this whole thing. Which, again, funnily enough, it heavily depends on how you look at it, right? Whether for you personally, that's actually something for the next 10 years of Final Fantasy XIV or not. Because I feel like, even though, again, it's not for me personally, for the long-term health of the game, and just in general, as we were talking about earlier with how they might potentially retroactively implement other features as well into older content. In terms of the actual development of the game, it is definitely very important, right? And it's important to know that these sort of retroactive implementations are going to be part of the development moving forward. Yeah. Oh, they actually talked about those kind of things that I also talked about. Yeah, it very much looks like they actually they're sort of keeping in mind what kind of NPCs would be theoretically available or not available for any given dungeon. Although it does sound like they're not necessarily changing the actual story structure. I guess they're making it more like you're entering Sastasha. Well, technically these NPCs are available, so they'll just come with you, right? Even though they're not like accompanying you to the actual location within the story quest. Oh, it's really cool though. Now that I'm actually reading through it, so the floor debuff in Totorak will be removed, for example. Yeah, that's definitely, yeah. That is a big reason why I don't like leveling roulette that much, or anything really. I don't know. It feels like most of the dungeons sort of below or on level 50 just don't really fit that well anymore with how the game works today. And they feel, well, certainly outdated, but also just not that fun, right? And kind of a slog to get through. So I really, really hope that they're actually making some changes to make them better. That being said, I mean, well, that's sort of the thing here, right? The problem is that I feel like originally a lot of the Realm Reborn dungeons are actually a lot more interesting than the newer ones. Because they have a lot more sort of neat ideas implemented into them, right? With environmental things and dangers and branching paths and just in general interactions. Well, I already said interactions, but I guess actual interactable points as well, where you specifically have to click on certain things in a certain order, stuff like that, right? And unfortunately, they sort of completely got rid of that. Visually, the new dungeons are amazing, right? But everything that sort of happens if the dungeon sort of changes or gates open or whatever, it's always automatic, right? It's never really done by the players. And well, the reason why the old dungeons feel like such a slog to get through is because those kind of interactable elements just don't really fit that well anymore, right? And also the way a lot of the mobs work and what attacks they're doing and how many you can pull. Like, for example, I was doing, I think, Zemael a couple of days ago during dailies, and those floating ghosts that always stay at range and never actually join you in the pack are just annoying as fuck, right? That's probably a type of enemy that wouldn't really be implemented in that specific way currently, but it still exists there, right? And yeah, again, if the dungeons would be a lot harder to complete, then it wouldn't really be an issue, because then that would mean that you'd actually have to pay attention to what you're doing and all kinds of stuff, right? But since they're so easy, yet at the same time still also involve these other elements, somewhat of a problem. I do feel like that the current, especially expert dungeons, do highlight the shortcomings of the dungeon design currently, though. They're just not that exciting. I mean, the leveling dungeons in Endwalker are still somewhat cool, but yeah, it's especially with how many options we have for actually leveling, and when you're doing a lot of the dailies, for example, as well. there's just not that much need to go into the dungeons. And then again, also for the expert roulette, I feel like the dungeons just aren't that exciting anymore, even though thematically they're incredible. Like, thematically, the 3 expert dungeons that we currently have are absolutely incredible. But when you play through them, they feel incredibly formulaic, and again, the gameplay, except for the bosses in the main story dungeon, right? The very end, or very last dungeon of Endwalker, those bosses are incredible. They're actually really, really good, at least the first 2. Or rather, specifically the second one, I guess. But beyond that, especially the trash pulls just feel incredibly standard and boring. And, you know, it's kind of a shame that they're slowly taking away what made those old Realm Reborn dungeons so special. But again, it makes sense because what made them special is now just an annoyance. But I don't know. I really don't know. I wish that they would have found somewhat of a middle ground between making dungeons, you know, have these sort of interactable elements or maybe even branching paths or something, but then at the same time also accessible, or rather not annoying when they appear in an expert roulette or something, right? I wish that they would have found some sort of middle ground to make them more exciting. Also, I'm really looking forward to seeing Praetorium and Castrum Meridianum as a four-man trial. I think it's going to be really interesting, because those dungeons, again, another problem, right? The thing is, Praetorium and Castrum are actually pretty cool dungeons, and the cutscenes are awesome if you're going through them for the first time and you're doing them synced. The way they're run currently, obviously unsynced, where and I don't know why they probably just never retroactively wanted to do it, because they didn't want to annoy the players even further with those dungeons. But currently, at least, right, you can't really over-level the main scenario dungeons that much, right? If you go back to, let's say, Alamigo, for example, which is the level 70, the first level 70 dungeon, and the dungeon that's at the very end of the Stormblood 4.0 main story. If that dungeon appears during a roulette, it will pretty much almost be exactly as it was back then, right? Because the item level scaling allows it to be that way. But for some reason they didn't introduce that for Castrum Meridianum and Praetorium, so, well, yeah, you can do all those weird shenanigans where the tanks are literally pulling everything and that kind of stuff, or using the teleporters without actually killing the mobs and stuff like that, right? And it's just really unfortunate, because the dungeons in and of itself, I felt like were always kind of great, right? The biggest problem, obviously, is that they're implemented in their own roulette, right? Which means that you always get one of the two. And whereas, obviously, the Alamigo will sometimes, like very rarely, appear during the roulette. But, you know, that's, I don't know how high the chance of that is, maybe 5% or something, depending. Obviously, it's still a higher chance than some optional dungeons, of course. But yeah, there's just so many dungeons in that roulette that it's very unlikely that you're getting the same main scenario dungeon over and over and over again. And that will be sort of the biggest thing to take away from this, right? But again, it will also mean that those dungeons are actually good, right? Or rather, well, if not good, then certainly interesting, I guess, or satisfying to play through, rather than being a complete clusterfuck for newer players who know absolutely nothing and probably stay behind the group either way. Yeah. that's going to be really interesting. And that is going to be implemented, I think, in 6.1 already, right? Which, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so that's actually quite a lot, right? If they're talking about 6.1, making the whole of A Realm Reborn trust compatible. Oh, no, wait, never mind. They're talking about 2.0. So everything up until and including those two dungeons, Praetorium and Meridianum, will be trust compatible, but not the 2.x stuff, I guess. Well, fair enough. Let me actually look at that. I mean, thankfully I'm still in game, so we can just quickly take a look at the duty finder. So, which one of these dungeons are optional? These are pretty much the introduction stuff, right? I think Halatali is actually optional. I do remember that there's a bit of weird stuff going on with these dungeons. I think Halatali is optional. I don't think these three are, but I think Halatali was optional, so they might not include that in the trusts, probably. Haukamena might also be optional, maybe? Yeah, might be, right? Bravefox definitely is not. And with these ones, I'm really not sure. Stone Vigil definitely is not optional, I think. Zemail is optional though, right? Orm Veil, I'm not sure. And this is after 2.0, I think. Maybe. No, wait, this is probably 2.0 as well, but also optional? Amdapor and Wanderer's Palace? Maybe? Oh god, I actually don't remember, but yeah, it's actually not that many, right? It's 1, 2, 3, I think, 4, 5, potentially one of these? Maybe? 6? 7? Maybe 8? I don't know. 9, 10. So somewhere around 10 dungeons, right? Maybe 8. 8 to 10 dungeons? I mean, that's still a lot, right? I mean, that's more or equal to the amount of dungeons that are currently in a completely new expansion. I mean, again, obviously these already exist, so the only quote-unquote thing that they have to do is to implement the trusts, but it's still, oh boy, for one patch, that is actually a respectable number of dungeons, I'd say. I would have guessed, like, had they just announced, oh yeah, we are retroactively implementing trusts without a concrete timeline for it, I don't think I would have guessed that they would have done this, especially since they have to completely revamp the current like Castrum stuff and La Habrea and that kind of thing, right? So that is pretty exciting for new players, essentially. And yeah, it's going to be funny because I'd imagine that for older players, they're probably going to remove the main scenario roulette, I'd imagine, and just implement those dungeons into the currently existing ones, right? Which is also going to be interesting whether or not they're going to change some stuff around here. Because one thing that I don't like is that this roulette currently exists the way it does, right? Where it has all of the dungeons in it, because this one has a lot more dungeons in it than this one. So yeah, it might actually be a good idea to not level all of the jobs to 90 yet, right? Because I'd imagine that would be quite funny to get into those, because, well, technically those old main scenario dungeons would then be part of this roulette, right? Huh. And I guess if they're turning the Ultima weapon, like the first encounter with it, into a 4-man trial, then that would also be part of this roulette, right? Because it's on level 50. So that's going to be interesting. Because the game will still count it as you having completed those dungeons, I'd imagine, right? So, and they're probably going to streamline the dungeons quite a bit. I mean, they're definitely going to move the cutscenes around a lot. I wonder how they're doing that, actually, especially with, for example, Nero having that 5-minute chat with you. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. And as well, in terms of mechanics and polls, I'd imagine that, well, you could literally, for example, if I would be leveling my Gunbreaker and I would just go into this roulette from 6.1 forward, there might be a point where I would just suddenly be in that dungeon, but I've never actually done it, right? At least in that sort of new implementation that they're going for. So that's actually going to be a very interesting thing. Yeah. And then they talked about the graphical update a bunch. I'd imagine that this probably also took some time, right? Maybe I should actually, but I don't really have the time for that currently. I could sort of go back and actually watch the VOD of it. Maybe I'll do that at some point, just on the side while I'm doing like Genshin dailies or something. Because I'd imagine that even these two talking points, right, retroactively implementing the trust panel and then also implementing the graphical update, probably that probably took some time to get through, with how they're always talking about and going on sort of tangents and reading chat and whatever, right? I'd imagine that this might have taken quite a bit of time to go through. And yeah, I mean, in terms of the graphical update, I've seen the comparison screenshots that they implemented and that kind of stuff. I am wondering how they're going to do that, right? So are they actually going to change all of the gear eventually into the new graphics, for example? Or is there gear that will just always stay the way it is currently? Like some random dungeon drops from level 50 dungeons, for example. Are they going to be upgraded, or are they just going to stay the way they stayed? Also, now that I'm talking about gear, didn't they also announce for actually for 6.1 or something, right? Didn't they announce to make the glamour dresser bigger and have more glamour plates? That would actually be absolutely phenomenal, but yeah. Oh, yeah, the one thing that I'm slightly disappointed about, although I get that it still works that way, is the clipping issue, right? So the way the gear works currently, it doesn't really have like actual physics, or there isn't really an actual physics engine that handles clothing or cloth in 14. It's just essentially sort of as I understand it, like a very rudimentary custom animation that they implement on the gear that makes it look like it's moving while you are moving or while your character's moving, but it's not like in real time reacting to it, right? It just knows, all right, you're taking a step forward, so it's going to play like a certain animation that is tied to taking a step forward. Whereas an actual physics engine would be very different in that regard, right? Unfortunately, they're not doing that. That would be pretty huge, especially with the amount of ropes and stuff, and also when you think about like the cute cat girls and whatever, right? With the the hot pants and all that kind of stuff that exists in this game, and also some of the skimpy clothing that exists, and also with hair, right? Hair especially, like long hair. That would look absolutely awesome with a different physics engine, but yeah. Maybe that's going to come with the second graphical update, right? Maybe at some point they're confident enough in implementing that into the game. So yeah, they said they were going to improve the lighting, which is really good. I mean, I already talked about that, right? The shading, textures are going to be that's going to be interesting. I wonder what kind of textures, because they're mainly talking about metals and fabrics here. So that will obviously be the gear, yeah. But well, floor textures, grass textures, for example, we'll see about that, I guess. But yeah, they're specifically talking about auto-generated greenery as well. Which is fairly interesting. And then they were talking about the patch schedule. So first of all, the roadmap for the upcoming patches. And I think they, at that point, probably also announced the patches are now going to be 4 months apart. So apparently we're actually getting new Hildebrand quests in 6.1, which is interesting because that's going to be essentially the first time since Heavensward or something that Hildebrand is actually part of the 0.1 patch, right? Because the last time they actually implemented anything concerning Hildebrand was in Stormblood, and that took them until I think the very end of Stormblood to implement, right? I think, wasn't it patch 4. Well, it must have been either 4.35 or 4.45 or something when they implemented Hildebrand, and then they had the trial, which was at the very end, I think, at 4.55. So that's interesting. Maybe they actually, because the reason they didn't do it for Shadowbringers, at least they said that the reason was that they just didn't really know what to do with Hildebrand, or where to go from here. And I do agree with that. I still feel like the sort of original way that Hildebrand was done in A Realm Reborn was the best, right? I felt like that even the Heavensward stories with Hildebrand, while still being good and having really cool cutscenes, just weren't as good as the Realm Reborn stuff, which is also because I think in A Realm Reborn, when you first meet Hildebrand and see the ridiculousness of that quest line, it's just very novel, right? It has a lot of novelty attached to it, and I think that wears off by the time you reach Heavensward. Especially since A Realm Reborn has a lot of Hildebrand, right? Those quests actually take some time to get through, so you might not be that inclined to then continue onwards in Heavensward. And I also feel like the quest series that they did with Briadon, right? Briadon? I don't know what, I think he's pronounced Briadon, whatever. The quest line that they did with him, where it was an actual sort of detective quest line, right, without the silly stuff essentially, was a kind of cool improvement, right? Obviously it wasn't Hildebrand, it was something different, but I honestly kind of wish, while it's cool that Hildebrand exists and to sometimes bring him back, or introduce new quest lines with him, I feel like it would have been cool to have an entirely different quest line with different and new characters, but in sort of the same, or rather, well, not necessarily as silly, but certainly in the cool parts about Hildebrand, where the really, really well animated cutscenes, the fact that it is this really fairly elaborate story that is completely independent of most of the other stuff in game. I felt like there was a lot of potential there to have like completely unrelated stuff to Hildebrand that just sort of fills the same niche, right? Well, now they're returning to Hildebrand. It is, again, very interesting to me that apparently he will be part of 6.1, or maybe 6.15, right? They always sort of include those two together. And then obviously, yeah, the main scenario apparently will stay the same that it has been right now. Let me actually, I don't like when the camera suddenly constantly changes while I'm talking, because the music will constantly, oops, that's not what I wanted. The music will constantly shift in loudness. So yeah, it seems like they're mainly will keep the scenario the way it is. And then, well, it's interesting that Tataru's Grand Endeavor is going to be a side quest series. I wonder why that gets introduced like this, because apparently, at least from, like, they're making it look like it's something new instead of the trial series or something, right? So I wonder if it really is something independent. And then I also wonder if maybe it's somewhere along the lines of, for example, the post-Moogle quest line, where we will sort of go back and visit places that we visited along the story and sort of talk to characters that we know about other stuff. That would also be really, really interesting. But yeah, definitely very, very sort of surprising that they're mentioning it specifically as a separate point rather than it being the trial series. And then obviously they say the Alliance raid, which is also really good, going to be really interesting. The PvP mode, I'm really looking forward to it. I hope that it works out well, especially with the restructuring that they're planning for the rewards, which was the biggest issue I felt with PvP, is that there just wasn't anything to really look forward to when you were doing PvP, right? You got the wolf marks, and it was fairly easy to get the stuff that you can get for them, and then you never touch PvP again, because there just isn't anything worthwhile to go for, especially if you have to sit through like a 20 to 30 minute queue because nobody's playing it, right? And well, yeah, obviously Beast Tribe. It's interesting that Ultima will be the new Unreal trial. I feel like that's going to be pretty easy. I think that the original Ultima trial wasn't that hard, although I could be wrong on that, since when I did it, people were pretty much able to overlevel it, even though it was synced. So I actually did it synced back in the day when I played through it when I was in Heavensward. But yeah, the people obviously overgeared it, so I'm not quite sure how difficult it would be. But yeah, that's interesting. Also, I mean, in a way, maybe a little bit disappointing. I thought that they were going to do something more interesting with Unreal moving forward, but apparently they're not. I had really hoped that Unreal would be something that changed weekly, where they would, for example, implement like 3 trials. Or rather, for example, now that they're reintroducing it, I mean, it was deactivated, right, since the launch of Endwalker. So I thought that maybe they were gonna, now that it had been deactivated for a while, for example, reintroduce Shiva, which was the first Unreal trial, and then sort of have it switch with Ultima or something. Unfortunately, yeah, it seems like they're literally going to do nothing with Unreal, and it will just stay the way it was. Again, cool that it exists, right? It's better than not having it at all, because it is a way to experience those fights like how they originally were, you know, in the game when it was synced. But I don't know. I had really, really hoped that Unreal would be a bit more expansive moving forward. Or just not expansive, but a bit more interesting, right? Doing the same trial over and over and over again, especially with the reward structure being fairly grindy, essentially. And also having to do it twice per week, which was just a weird thing. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Maybe they'll talk a little bit about potential improvements to the Unreal trials in the next live event. Then there's going to be the new Ultimate. Well, that's definitely, hopefully, going to be a really, really cool thing. I'm also looking forward to the new calling card style UI, whatever that means. I hope that it's finally a good alternative UI. Ishgard housing is going to be very interesting as well. New custom delivery, that's also going to be interesting. And then, yeah, they talked about sort of the roadmap for implementing the trust system into the old stuff as well. And then, yeah, they talked about criterion dungeons with variable difficulty for 1, 2, 4 players, which very much sounds like it's kind of like a deep dungeon, but apparently we're also getting a deep dungeon later on in Endwalker, so... that's going to be interesting. I wonder what that will entail and how it will work. I mean, it won't be... I think that's like 6.2 moving forward, right? And then the Island Sanctuary, yeah, whatever. I mean, that's probably going to be great, don't get me wrong, but it's not really something that I'm specifically looking forward to, right? I mean, if I want to have something like that, I'll just play Animal Crossing. Again, it's probably going to be great. It's probably going to be really interesting and fun. It's just that it's just not something that I'm specifically looking forward to, right? And also we've known about that for like almost 2 years now, I think. So, yeah. And then the deep dungeon should be patch 6.3, it says here, right? Right. And the new ultimate as well. I think, so it's really interesting. They're planning the second Endwalker ultimate for 6.3, which is really good. Obviously, I think the reason why they're doing it is because Yoshi P said that they're potentially aiming for a third one during Endwalker, but they weren't quite sure about that. So I think by putting it here into a 6.3 again, like they did back in Stormblood, I think they're just mitigating the issue of potentially not being able to finish it. I think it was a big mistake. I mean, obviously they couldn't, they had no idea that COVID was going to be a thing, but had they just originally planned the Dragon Song War Ultimate to release it in 5.3 instead of 5.5, I think they could have then just moved it to 5.5 and it would have been fine, right? So I think that's why they're doing that, why they're planning it for 6.3, so that if anything goes wrong, they'll still have 2 ultimates, and people won't complain, I guess. Also, really, really interesting that they're already planning on multiple of those Criterion dungeons again. It's really interesting. I wonder, that's why I should look back on the VOD if there were any kind of offhanded additional comments being made about that. Because it's kind of hard to really think on what that means, because it's definitely something different to the deep dungeons, but seemingly will have a similar structure in terms of how you can attempt it. If they're saying 1, 2, 4 players, right? It looks like you can, well, not only do it solo, but potentially just dynamically scales with the amount of players that are attempting it or something. So that's going to be interesting as well. And then they talked about the patch cycle, obviously, which they had this nice sort of comparison sheet about like how many like hours of cutscene and stuff there was. And I think that, well, obviously they sort of cherry-picked the things that they improved, but it's still very impressive in terms of numbers, right? So, yeah, I think, like, again, for me personally, especially with all of the games that I still want to play, it's not an issue at all to have that, longer, like those 2 weeks there. And then also, I heard somebody mention that, so they introduced a new translator as well later on during the live letter. And I think that's actually the same person they also had during the digital fan fest, right? I definitely recognize her. And apparently, I just heard from somebody that she was being really cute because she was really nervous and whatever, right? So I hope, good, what do you say? Good luck to her, I guess. It sounds a bit weird, but, yeah. That also means potentially, which is also something, they didn't really have translated live letters in the past, right? So without even really announcing it, I think they've potentially changed their structure of doing live letters to always be translated. which definitely makes sense considering how much the game has grown over the past year. But yeah, that is very interesting to me that they sort of never really announced that was going to be a thing and then just did it. Now it's just always translated. It's really cool. And then, well, they went into the housing. Considering that they said that the life letter was going to be more about the next 10 years rather than specifically patch 6.1, they still talked quite a bit about 6.1 and what we're expecting in the near future rather than the far future, right? Which is kind of interesting. And then the lottery system, yeah. It's going to be interesting. Also, I wonder how that will actually work when the housing plot releases. Because doesn't that mean that essentially it's going to take like a couple of days before the first houses are even being built? I'd imagine that the housing district will pretty much have that lottery system right from the start, right? So I guess what's going to happen is that when it releases, people are just going to run to the plot that they want to have, and then will enter the lottery for that plot. Also going to be interesting whether or not it actually shows how many people entered the lottery for a specific plot. Because if it doesn't, that's also going to be a very interesting thing, right? If you sort of have to guess, all right, how many people potentially have, interest in this plot? Am I going to try for the better plot, or is that too many people that have entered the lottery or something? That's going to be really interesting, I guess, right? Oh, and then, okay. So, like, what? Half of the wards will be first come, first serve, and the other will be lottery? Oh no, never mind. So in 6.1, everything will have the lottery system at the beginning, right? Which makes sense. And then later on, they might change a couple of wards to be first come, first serve. That's what they said. Well, I mean, that's pretty good. And then they announced the free trial returning. I saw that on Twitter as well. The next live letter, original soundtrack. So at that point, they were already into the announcement part. And then it was the Q&A. Huh. That's sort of really interesting, right? Because in a way, they said quite a lot, but in a way they also didn't say that much at all. Which is kind of weird. I don't really know what to make of that, to be completely honest. Yeah. I'm not so sure what I want to take away from that, because like they made it seem like it is about the next 10 years of Final Fantasy, and in a way it was, because by showing us the roadmap that they have for 6.x, that sort of also extrapolates to 7.x, 8.x potentially, right? So in a way, they definitely showed us, oh yeah, by the way, we're sort of keeping our patch release schedule, and this is what you can expect from 6.x, and by also showing us that there's going to be new things like the Criterion dungeons, that they're also definitely trying new stuff, but they will also go back to things like Hildebrand, because there was demand for it, apparently. So, by showing us this whole 6.x roadmap, that definitely, I pretty much talked a lot already about what that means for the future in terms of resources being allocated to also retroactively fit in features that are introduced in an expansion and stuff like that. And we can probably expect that to be the case in the future as well, where they will retroactively then implement new sort of developments into old content as well. So yeah, in a way, they pretty much confirmed, oh yeah, by the way, the next 10 years are, somewhat similar to what you already know, which is kind of great. And then they also, by showing us the graphical update, made it clear that yes, they are committed to this game, and they're also committed to improving, well, other things, right? They're not just implementing things or content with the same structure that we already know, but they're also overhauling problematic areas, like, you know, a couple of graphical things in this case. I mean, overall, I think that's kind of great. I do still wish that we would get a couple of smaller innovations here and there, right? Like, there are new things in this, right? So they're like, the graphical overhaul is great, retroactively implementing the trust system is great. Also knowing that apparently these Criterion dungeons are going to be a new thing is also great. The only thing that I'm specifically sort of missing from this, in my opinion, is something that sort of, how do I want to put it, is a bit more... I guess, as an example, right? Putting the trials back into the main quest would have been something different, but also still very much kind of a safe bet, right? It would have been different to what we now knew over the past, like, 6 years, but it would still be something where we could still be very confident, oh yeah, those trials are definitely going to be cool, and the main quest is going to be good anyway, so no big deal, right? But it would have been sort of an innovation on the formula. The same, for example, for the Unreal trials, right? Because I definitely thought that when they introduced Unreal trials in Shadowbringers, that it was sort of a test for trying out different sort of syncing ways, right? It very much felt like they were trying to see whether or not they can make old content current without too much effort, right? Or they definitely wanted to see, well, how much effort does that take, right? And I was really kind of expecting them to expand on that and to try to make it so that now, I always want to say ultimate, but now that Unreal Trials would sort of dynamically scale without them having to specifically implement a specific fight for the current level, right? So that slowly over time, they would just add on to it, because that's, especially with Unreal Trials, the biggest problem that I had was that they go away, right, when a new one is introduced. The old one just isn't available anymore. And I would very much like to have a somewhat rotating schedule for those, right? Where it would always be sort of 3 specific fights that would rotate per week, and then they would change those 3 fights with the next patch, right? That would have been pretty cool, for example, had they announced something like that. So that is sort of the only slight disappointment that I have in terms of these announcements, that it feels like we get new stuff, and in terms of the old stuff, or in terms of the announcements or the timeline and roadmap, it will very much be like we always, like we still know it. Like we can be very confident in getting all of the stuff that we already know and love, right? Just obviously with new stories and new sceneries and whatever. But there is this in-between thing where I wish that they would also talk about improving certain systems or features, right? I mean, for the longest time, I think people have been talking about slightly changing the Savage loot drop structure, where people would like to have, for example, a second upgrade material drop in the last fight. Or I think Xeno, for example, was talking for the longest time, well, if they make the door boss fight in the last instance fairly long, which they have this time, maybe make it drop something as well, right? So that, especially when you're in PF and you clear the first phase, you at least get something for that week, right? And that could be, for example, a second upgrade material or something. Again, that would be a pretty small change, but I wish that they would have, let's say, 5 or 6 of these smaller changes as well in there and said, all right, this is also something else that we were going to do, right? And unfortunately, that was not the case. Well, whatever. I've been talking way too long. I actually wanted to take a break, so I'm very, very quickly going to grab something to drink, and then we're going to jump into Salvage Reclears. I think my static's also getting ready here, so I'll take like a very quick break and be right back, and then we'll jump into Reclears. So, see you in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Just as a quick reminder, I'm going to be jumping into my Statics Discord here in a second. And as always, since I am streaming from my PlayStation, I can't, unfortunately, stream the Discord audio at the same time, meaning that I, will be pretty quiet, right? Because there are 7 other people talking as well, so the amount of times that I talk is usually fairly limited. But yeah, hopefully that's not really going to be a problem. Check my audio. Yeah, I don't think it's actually using the correct mic. It was a bit weird. So now it should, yeah, now it's okay. That sounds much better. Alright, I'm going to join my static on Discord, and it's going to be a bit more quiet on the stream. Hopefully that's going to be okay if you want to watch the Savage Reclears and then potentially a bit of T-Proc later on. Other than that, I'm pretty much finished with the rest of 14 for today. And just as a very quick reminder, tomorrow we are going to return to Dark Souls 2, so that's going to be really exciting, and we're going to probably have, or hopefully have, a very chill stream with that, and get hyped for Elden Ring, I guess. Although I'm still not entirely sure when I'll be able to jump into Elden Ring. That's kind of going to depend, because I have to work on Friday when it releases, and I don't know if I would be able to actually grab it at that point, so I don't know if I'll be able to stream it on Sunday or if it's going to be Monday. But whatever, we're going to stream Dark Souls 2 tomorrow. Other than that, I'm going to be jumping into Discord with my static, so have fun with us raiding. Hello. clean one. I mean, I ended on my last Phoenix GCD, so that death was perfect. What are we doing? Are we just greeting, or...? easily. Yeah. Oh, Edel. Thank you. I'll get used to how to survive. Yeah, something like that. I really don't like the buff window after the ad space. It's so scuffed every time. Okay, sorry. Turned my camera the wrong way. Me neither. Yeah. Sorry, no idea what I did there. That was a weird one for me. Yeah, I don't know what I... That was... No idea. Going south. going west. Okay. Okay. Why? Yeah. Well, at least the Reclears were pretty smooth. I did some weird stuff in P4, Phase 1. For some reason, that was weird, but other than that, it was really smooth. I think it was the fastest we've ever cleared all the fights. Like 1 hour, 10 minutes or something. So that's quite good. We also got really unlucky on the second fight. We could have cleared that with the first pull as well. And other than that, yeah, pretty smooth Reclears overall. I think that's fine. And then now, obviously, we're going to jump into T. Unfortunately, we have to cut it short 1 hour today. Once again, we're struck by a lot of bad luck the last couple of weeks in terms of people, having really important stuff to take care of or being ill or stuff like that. So, yeah. It'll be fine in the future, I hope. But yeah, hopefully you're also looking. I am certainly looking forward to 40 hours of tea, and after that, I'll probably call it a bit early today as well. The thing is, I also started late, so I feel a bit bad about that. But if there isn't really anything to do, then obviously it doesn't really make sense to just, I don't know, sit here talking about nothing. Although maybe there is still a little bit to talk about, or maybe there are a couple of dailies that I'll run with a couple of people from the static as well. Don't hit the Marcus. Was he standing in the tank poster there? Yeah, that was my bad. Mine was at 0.1%. I turned it in a little bit too much as well. It is really fun though, I have to agree. I'm in for roulette as well. Yeah. Still need to do the Lubram Savage, so I definitely have still stuff to do. $48, but I think they're still doing runs, or already doing runs again, right? On the Discords. Yeah. I also need to farm fates for the triple try cards, so that's always fun. Thankfully only the new ones. I only need the like 60. I need to unlock the bicolor gemstone trader stuff. see if I still know how to play Gunbreaker. And if we didn't have that, like 0.5% wipe on the second one, we killed almost everything really quick. I mean, after Dragonsong War, I don't think that the second raid here will feel too difficult, right? Oh, did they already announce it? Oh, cool. I really hope they don't put in like 3 minutes of cutscenes again, but I don't think they're gonna do that again. I mean, the scaling here is definitely weird, isn't it? It feels like it takes much longer than it did before. Yeah, that can always happen. Yeah. I swear I hit it to 25% like 5 times today. That's really annoying because from 25 to really risky to damage it further.
So it is you. You will not defile my new paradise.
Oh right, you can pull further here, man. Completely forgot about that. Should I use it at the beginning, or...? Wait, wasn't he called Rickon? You mean Rickon? Yeah. On Hugo, not on T, if you mean, or... No.
Scurrying about my domain like insects! I will not suffer it!
Sorry. I'm really happy about that. My previous study took way longer to clear this stuff.
Come no closer! Filthy creatures!
I can never remember what its attacks are actually doing. They have these weird names. No question. I mean, just the, I never know what the tank buster is here, because they're all called something weird. Oh, there it is. I mean, I can try.
I am righteousness, and righteousness will prevail. Can't you do anything by yourselves?
Ooh, that was close. Well, I mean, it worked.
Very well. If you will not be discouraged. Stop them, damn you! I don't care what it takes! There's no turning back! Steel yourself!
Creation trembles before my might! Behold, fury given form! My wrath is a ceaseless torrent! To ashes with you! Impressive! Very well, I shall bring all to bear! Lightning Sear! Tempest Surge! Lightning Sear! Steel yourself! You're mine! Tempest Surge! You are stronger than I dared hope!
Yeah, the Savage was really disappointing. I thought they were going to do more with the paintings. Oh yeah, still, right, I still have that on my... Completely forgot about that. Poor guy. Sure. I mean, Gerhard Schröder is really buddies with Putin, so I don't know. I haven't really watched anything Elden Ring related since the test thing that they did. Why is it walking over there? Apparently. Oh yeah, that one's really good. I'll say 0. I'll believe in our party. Actually really low. Yeah. Nice. You too. Good night. Well. Alright, 1 second, let me close Discord here. It's been done. Yeah. Well, overall, it was a pretty successful day, I feel like. Oh, that's one of the memories. I was wondering, don't I have those thingies? What are they called? For the materia, but that was for the relic. Okay. Let me just quickly go over to Gridania and get rid of this loot stuff that I have. Well, at the end of the day, you know, the stream actually took as long as I originally planned because we did the dailies as well. Again, every time, it's a bit unfortunate that I can't actually stream the Discord audio because there's constantly stuff going on, right? But the stream is actually really quiet. Yeah, that is a bit unfortunate, but can't really do anything about it other than not stream 14, which, you know, I feel like also wouldn't really be a good solution in my opinion. And also I want to just have our prog and kills and whatever. First of all, it's really nice, especially for ultimates, to be able to look back and see what you might have done wrong. I mean, I definitely still think that for some reason the way I'm doing things on Black Mage is just really inconsistent, and I don't know why. I really have trouble hitting my triple cast at the exact time when the baits come out, which sometimes I think loses me like a tiny bit of uptime. I mean, we're still like overall really close to that one hand of pain, right before the phase transition. But I think that's also just you know, people needing to still getting used to the whole phase, right? So I don't think that will be an issue much longer. So yeah. Do I actually want to? It's always a bit like quieter if I stay outside here. Also, that's also a really nice, pretty picture. But yeah, the Reclears overall went over really well. And then at least, you know, with others, it's always kind of nice to do the dailies as well. Although I wasn't, you know, I'm not that big on them anymore. As I said before, I actually don't really want to do the dailies currently. I originally planned to level up everything until 6.1, but I might not do that. It's currently... I just want to play other stuff, to be completely honest. But yeah, it's been a fun one overall. Definitely, I think, especially the discussions earlier about the live letter were pretty fun. I always like talking about that stuff. And I'm really looking forward to the next one, which is in 1.5 weeks, I think. And, well, I guess we're going to get more info about 6.1. And then I'd imagine that in around a month, maybe even a little bit earlier, technically 6.1 should already release, right? We're probably, maybe exactly in a month. I think it's like March 22 is a Tuesday, I think. So, that might be the case. And then usually Ultimate will come out 2 weeks after that, if they're going to stick to that. Though it's been, well, a fairly long time since an Ultimate came out, so we'll see about that. But I think we can be pretty much 100% certain that it won't release at the same time. But yeah, this is it. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope to see you on the next one. Until then, have a great rest of your evening, night, morning, day, wherever you are. And I'll see you then. Bye-bye!